crush the game where legends are born and nothing's the same. Grind it out hard where champions play. This is gone, we roll our way. Controllers in hand, the pixels ignite. Our passion explodes in the neon light. The grindhouse roars, the crowd won't stop. This is the mountain, we made it to the top. Where legends transcend. We took the road less traveled by far, kicked up the dust, now here we are. Every glitch fought, every boss slain. The grind is forever, no loss in vain. Raise your glasses, break the chains. The grindhouse stands, we've staked our claim. Stillness fades like a forgotten stream, 'cause we're living the ultimate gamer's dream. Thank you for every battle won, for the highs and lows and the blazing sun, where quality rules and the fakes offend. The gaming grindhouse where legends transcend.
Another.
Thank you for every battle won, for the highs and lows and the blazing sun, where quality rules and the fakes offend. The gaming grindhouse where legends transcend.
Stop! Enough!
Mr. Yellow Chair.
Stop! Enough!
Sure.
Feel
We
safe,
get the
no
win
red
this
line,
time.
no fight, no shame. We gotta make that money, it's a numbers game. Xbox is packing up, gotta change the quest. Time to share the love, put the market to the test. Controllers are shaking in every boss's hands, making deals with rivals, got bigger plans. They say nobody's buying, so let's spread out. PlayStation, get ready to hear us shout. No red line, it's a
I think it's time we try something new.
Xbox invading in a different way. We need that green, gonna make amends. Bringing games for you, our newfound friends.
Stop! Enough!
Money's running low, can't stay in one shell. We'll mix it up and ring the sales bell.
I don't play this
All the
game.
consoles join, it's not a crime, just a new strategy.
I
in
lied.
the fashion of time.
I lied.
Jumping boundaries, ain't no hard divide. In the game of survival, we'll play each side. Different but same blood in these veins. Gotta feed the hunger, gotta break the chains.
More gamers on all platforms. Edison, which is doing more with less. Thinking that they're doing great.
Gamers united under one big roof. Competition dies when you're bulletproof. Phil speaks the truth, no need for disguise. We're opening doors, it's a big surprise. We suck again.
place, my dear. It in Phil says to his face, there's plenty room in this wide space. Zoinks he cries, Zoinks he says, games for all in every place. Zoinks he cries, Zoinks he says, no more griping, no disgrace. Ryan jumps with shout and cheer. Oh, Scooby, this is what I fear. Games for me and games for you. Play them all, there's something new. Zoinks he cries, Zoinks he says, games for all in every place. Zoinks he cries, Zoinks he says, no more griping, no disgrace.
Hey, shit, grab a bucket and some Lysol, fuck off my tires. There's fucking dog shit all over my ankles.
I'm supposed to be picking up scrap.
You'll be picking up the heat in another second.
Scooby, who is this man? It's not Phil, I understand. I think we need a snack, let's bring that booty back. Taking off his mask, old man sat you at last, stuttering with a grin. Shaggy, you did win. Great work, Shaggy. Zoinks we say happily. Booty booty do. Mystery solved with you. Running through the night work, Shaggy. Zoinks we say happily. Booty booty do. Mystery solved with you. Sarah View. Running through the night, monsters gave us fright. Unmasked their disguise in Scooby's eyes. Great work, Shaggy. Zoinks we say happily. Booty booty do. Mystery solved with you. Running through the night work, Shaggy. Zoinks we say happily. Booty booty do. Mystery solved with you. Running beneath the
in 3 years.
Yo, what's up, grinders? How you doing? It's Monday. Gaming Grindhouse is open, and we got a full slate, a whole slate. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Hope everybody had a wonderful Father's Day for all the dads out there. It was a great time, busy weekend, and now we're back here to the Gaming Grindhouse, and we got a lot of topics. I'll see if I get through them all, but hopefully everybody had a good weekend. Welcome to the Gaming Grindhouse. If you're new here, hit that like button. We are gaming entertainment. Have fun, memes, jokes, great music, great chats, and some Grindonomous predictions. By the gamers, for the gamers, and the Gaming Grindhouse. Shout out to everybody coming on in here. Hit that like button. I didn't even do my goal. Grinders, you heard some of that Gaming Grindhouse music there. And we're cooking. There's a lot of good music coming. There's a song that I think is going to break the charts. And some of the VIPs have heard it already, given the VIP treatment there. But if you would like to hear it, I suggest we hit those golds, and maybe you'll get a song this evening. And it is a jam. It is a jam, if I don't say so myself. So hopefully everybody, I want to put those golds up here. New music and stream. And actually, you know what? Speaking about streaming, I'm going to stream. Oh, damn. So I want to say new music drop. We'll do new music here. And and we're gonna be streaming some games here. Everybody seems to like the gaming grinds. I love them. I love them. We had a wild weekend. It was a wild wolf weekend, man. We had and I'm gonna stream some of this. There we go. But yeah, we had a wild weekend, man. It was, I don't know why it's not even working. That's great. This doesn't even work. Broken YouTube's is broken. YouTube's is broken. Oh no, doesn't work. Great. How nice. Good job, YouTube's. Don't work. I don't even know if the goal's working. Is it working? It's not working. Oh, maybe that's why. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? What is going on? My CPU, my learning computer. All right, hold on, I gotta fix that thing. It's going wild in the streets. There we go. Maybe now it'll work. My goodness. But anyway, yeah, we had a crazy weekend. There it goes. Yeah, we had a crazy weekend streaming Gears of War grinders. If you missed it, go check out the videos. They were hilarious. There were some stories going on, man. It was wild times. We met the FLG clan, man, with the Mountain Dew and pizzas. They've been around for 20 years. They're like, this is their moment. Craziness over there. We opened up the floodgates and let all the PC people in because I read the forums of Steam and they were very upset that it could be console only crossplay. So I made sure to satisfy the reviews and I opened up crossplay. The power of Mark Cerny, we had who had better frames, but I was leading the PC dudes chanting Gabe Newell's name and hyping up RGB. I said we should name our clan the RGBs. But I was on PlayStation. I was the only one. And then we were fighting the Xbox guys. The bots were all over the place. And then we had Eddie and the Cruisers. Eddie was not good. It was wild times, man. There were stories abound. And it was hilarious. The first night, I had to just read the reviews because the weekend of Gears was horrible in the sense that you couldn't even play a game. The servers were down. They had one game mode, deathmatch, which wasn't even in the first game, but they added it. They put that mode in there. No team new, no VIP, no King of the Hill, no execution, nothing. So, but yeah, had a blast. Eddie saw the light. That's right. Shout out to everybody. Let me do the shout outs coming on in here, everybody. Let me get the hold on. Let me get the chat back up again because the chat crashed on me. So let me get on my end. So let me get my chat back up. Yo, what is going on? There we go. Wildness. There we go. There's the chat back up there. Shout out to everybody coming on in here. We'll talk a little bit more about Gears as you give us topics. Let's go. What's up, Luga, Albert, Gushad, Twisted Sin, PC Guys Miami, Shushum, yeah boy, John Sean, Outside Gaming Night, Josh Ayers in the house, Kilver, AC, Rob Gomez, Shadow the Ghost, Zap Mondo, Twisted Sin, Mary Wilcox in the house, Aaron Brown. That's not the that's the good Aaron.
Hey, Ron.
We're looking for that one.
Where are you?
I don't know where the other AA Ron is, but we got the good Aaron here. Aaron Brown is in the house. That's a good one. We're looking for the bootleg one. Well, let me know if the bootleg one comes in here. Well, I'll give him a sound clip. And then also shout out to Ron M. Get us the VIPs. Oh damn, getting us up there to 25. We want music. They said we want jams. The Grindhouse wants some jams, they said. We got Shadow the Ghost, SN Kev, what's up in the house? Rob Gomez, Don, AC Kilver. Enjoy the VIP. By the way, shout it out. There's the music. We're in the house. We're cooking. We're in here. Thank you so much, Ron M. And by the way, if you do get a VIP or you choose to upgrade to a VIP, we do have a special over. It was an awesome show. You'll get a little sneak peek right now of what we did. We went over all the gadgets and 3D prints and news, and you got some Phil Ness in there. It was an awesome thank you show for the VIPs. I try to do those once a month, where it was just like we ask questions, laxed. You know, we have like a small group and we just hang out and chill and put the camera and show some of the cool stuff that I got and some of the things I'm doing, and even get some previews of music that I'm making. So so check out that video if you get a VIP. Made it last week, and more coming. So yeah, definitely. I try to give as much as I can to the VIPs. I appreciate all the support you have, whether it's gifted, whether you upgrade, or just hanging out here and chatting. I appreciate it. So yeah, anyway, yo, True SSJ Havoc, member of 12 months, a full year, man. And that's the thing, you see the little icons here. These VIP grinders, they've been grinding for a long time, 3 years, 1 year, like they've been here. So I'm happy, like, yo, there's something I'm doing right that you guys are sticking around. So I appreciate it, and I want to keep appreciating it right there. And True SSJ Havoc with a 5, he goes, full year VIP. Yeah, that's right. Grindhounds, get him! Thank you so much, SJ Havoc. $5 for the full VIP, yo. Thank you. He's up there, golden grinder. But back to the thank you so much. And what I did was we did the gears, and also I like to do gaming with the Grindhouse. See, that's the thing that I try to do here, is that we don't just talk the talk and just show the articles and make the memes and the jokes and the music and have fun and all that stuff, but it's all about the gaming. So I always do the gaming grinds because I want to play, and I open it up. I do multiplayer game streams sometimes, and most of the time, because I like to get everybody involved. So you jump on in, I sit in the Discord. You want to come on the Discord, you want to play the game, man. We play tons of Helldivers with everybody that's in the chat. So when you see the bat signal, when you see the grind signal, and you see a game and grind, it's basically a podcast while we game. So we talk about topics, we talk while we game. I'm crazy when I play some games, man. I create stories. We got some fun, there's some goofing around, man. It's fun. So game and grinds, we do them here. I have them in a separate playlist because we got to put our mouths where the games are, right? So that's what we do. So, oh yes, that's right. Thank you, Sergey. I got to put up the Discord channel because what I did is that I also put a whole bunch of new rooms in the Discord channel. New gaming, because the Grindhouse keeps growing. We're almost at 3,100 grinders. We need about 30 more subscriptions to get to 3,100. And then I'll release some song, or we'll do something for 3,100. We'll do something for 3,100. But so the VIP room. So this is what I did with the Discord. Let me just show just a little bit, because and you guys can tell me again. I am not a huge Discord. Know what's on the features and stuff like that. But I'm gonna add it right here. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to invite and just show you what I did. So what I did was, and I'm going to say, join the Gaming Grindhouse Discord. Here we go. And I'll put it in the descriptions too. But I want to do more with it. Damn, I spelled that wrong. There we go. So just to show you, like, basically what I did is I added, so this room here is for the updates to the show. If I do anything with updates, this is the main one, is the Grinds Table Hangout. This is where all the grinders go. See, everybody's posting all the news and hanging out in here. And then VIP grinders and ultimate grinders, those are just lock rooms. You could go into those VIPs. And then the Grindhouse music suggestions, I put a list here. So if you have any ideas for songs, topics, some phrases, things like that, put them in here in the Gaming Grindhouse music suggestions, and I'll go in there and I'll make some songs with it. So if any cool topics, any sayings, any kind of rhymes or anything like that, put them in there, and you may get a song out of it. Memes, dude, you know where that goes. We live down there, the memes down there. Gearheads is where I'm going to be putting stuff about cool tech, and I showed some of this on the VIP stream with these X-Real 1, basically OLED AR glasses, where you plug them into your phone, you plug them into a mini PC, and basically it puts like a projector of like OLED movie in front of your face with glasses. It's awesome. If you're a VIP, check out the video. I did a little showing of them. And then the Phil Ness column, there we go. So those are the little things I added to. So we'll evolve over time, but those are some of the things that I was adding. So as I mentioned earlier, we did the gears, right? So just my initial impressions on the gears beta. First off, it's $40. Yo, what's up, Liquid Data with the 2? He goes, yo. What's up, Liquid Data? How you doing, man? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. So just to recap on the Gears, you could watch the streams. You could see my impressions of it. Overall impressions of Gears on PlayStation 5. I did get the code because I do own Gears Ultimate. I did get the code for it on PC and Xbox because I do own Gears Ultimate. I did buy it on PlayStation 5 because I wanted to see with the DualSense and everything like that. So I gotta say, DualSense feature-wise, maybe a sound effect. I'll give us a sound effect here. DualSense features on Gears, not good. I did not. So when you roadie run, like when you do that roadie run thing, it didn't move. Like, you know, you didn't hear any, and you didn't feel any footsteps or anything like that when you're roadie running. When you hit against the walls, things like that, chainsaw, things like that, it happens. You do get a little bit of vibration. They do have the adaptive triggers, they're working, but the tactile feel that you think taking advantage, very lackluster. It is not implemented very good. You would think with the heft, you hear them going doom 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 doom, like walking really heavy, and they are not. You don't get it when you do the roadie running. So maybe they add it later. I don't know, but the DualSense, not very excited about it. Didn't really do too well with that. The chainsaw, I gotta say, like the game. So here, let me just show like the game. So like when you do the roadie running, like, you know, here, let me show you. You know, when you do the running around, you do it more on this level here. Where is it? This level. Yeah, like when you do that road running, right, when you don't feel any, there's no vibration when you do that sprinting there. One of the things I do have to say is, like, it looks all right. It looks brighter. The colors look like brighter than what it looked like, but it really is just a coat of paint on Gears Ultimate. And one of the unfortunate things that that I felt is that they really didn't polish it up, the multiplayer wise. For one game mode and gameplay, I think a lot of the OG jank is in there. Problems from the original Ultimate, which was remastered 10 years ago, and then the game from 10 years before that, they really didn't implement that, and they didn't even pull features from later Gears of War to try to make this more modern. It is ripped right from when it came from. And the same thing goes for the like just the movement, the shooting, and I feel that the netcode and the hit detection is way off. So I don't know if it's their lagging servers, like everything is just it is off. Like the shotgun, the chainsaw, there's a lot of kind of just randomness that happens. So I don't know if this test was for that to fix it, but right now, yes, it's that, and that, man, this thing was ridiculous. It's so weak. They improved it over Gears of War 2, but the boom shot, you shoot, look, he didn't even flinch, dude. I shot it at his feet and shot it right at him. It's weak as hell. That is what I'm trying to say is that boom shot, that is a risk to go get that gun, right? That is in the middle. That is a risk. And when you get that, you should have some sort of advantage, because you just put your head out there to go get that gun. That's a power weapon, a power drop. Dude, it was like I better just shooting a pistol at him. I look at this. I shot him. Nothing. He was still moved and no flinching. Similar things to like when they charge at you with a shotgun. The Lancer used to have stopping power in the later Gears of Wars, where they balance people from just running up to you and hitting you with a shotgun. Here, they run right up to you. You could be shooting them with the Lancer, and they don't even react. They just come riding at you and basically shotgun you. The wall bouncing is still there. All the things that they spent time on Gears 2 and 3, and probably in the later ones, to improve upon the problems of the first one, which, you know, it was in there. This wasn't the first go around of this was the first go around of multiplayer. And the competitiveness, the jank, you know, it was part of the first round of like, hey, here's multiplayer and Gears of War, a new franchise. They refined it over the years. None of that refinement is in here. Also, all the cool weapons, the cool game modes, the cool maps, the environmental maps, they just ripped this right from one. And I think they're going to spoon feed us 2 and 3 when they should have really just gave us a collection and called it a day. I even suggested watching the stream, like, why didn't they just do E-Day and make this game bundled in with E-Day for $70, $80? You want to charge $80? Put this game in there with E-Day, give people the prequel and the first game together. But this seems to me, as of now, a big cash grab. And, you know, it was definitely, you know, I streamed about 8 hours of it, 4 hours each night. There were fun times, but a lot of it is really off. 3 maps, 1 deathmatch, and the first night the servers were broken. So, and right now, the only way to play next weekend as well is to pay $40. This is not an open beta. This is a paid beta. $40 to access the beta, which the first night it wasn't even, it was a nothing. Not really the best foot forward. Not really a very challenging time to launch this. It's nice that I guess they included the multiplayer, but they are not stepping with their best foot forward, I think, and bringing this, since the big thing here is for Steam and for PlayStation 5 being introduced to this franchise here, and the complaints on Steam are all over the place, and they're like, this is old, nobody wants it, like, this is real old and antiquated, it doesn't even have the cool weapons, it has all the stuff that they improved upon Gears multiplayer is not here. The wall bouncing, all the original jank is there. And I don't think that flies in 2025. So this thing come out, this will be here probably for about a month. And then nobody be probably playing it because it is so antiquated multiplayer. You know, and I was saying on the stream, oh, it's not free mod. No. That is not an open beta. That is a paid beta. For $40, you get access to the beta. You have to pre-order the game. And the first night was ass. Servers are broken, and you could put and somebody even wrote in my comments, how soon do you think before they make crossplay mandatory? And I wouldn't be surprised if, I would say probably about a month, probably by at least by Halloween or November, they do an update and crossplay is enabled, because you could do console only, or you could do open crossplay or turn it off. And if I recall from the previous Gears of Wars, they had that option at first, and then after a few months, they did a mandatory one because the players on PC couldn't find games, and they made it mandatory. You couldn't turn it off. So I'm expecting the same thing to happen to this after you'll start seeing PC dudes slip into the console only. I think by a month or 2, definitely they're turning on mandatory crossplay. And that's what they're going to have to do, because they're going to not be able to find games. It's an antiquated player matching system. Like it had trouble with one game mode and one player match. You have ranked, you're going to have this, you're going to have multiple game modes. Dude, who knows how long it's going to take to find games. And I think too, they fluffed it up a little bit by giving everybody free codes. They gave everybody free codes that owned Ultimate. I think that fluffed it up a bunch, because a whole bunch of people got a free code if they only owned Ultimate, because basically that's what it is. It's Ultimate. But anyway, Grinders, yeah, it's definitely a very lacking initiative. I don't know. I'm going to play one more weekend. I may ask for a refund, because I'm not down with it. I play tons of that Gears of War, and I'm surprised of how OG jank, that things that I remember from 20 years ago are in that game that drove us crazy. I was about to yell host advantage, because that's what we used to do 20 years ago when I was with my crew. We used to just complain who had host advantage, who was the server, who was the peer-to-peer, and who was hosting, because they would get the extra shot. That's how janky some of it was. So, very small fanfare to no fanfare, exactly, Swagbag. I don't know. I don't think it's the best foot forward. I think the idea of seeing Gears on PlayStation is wild, but I think once that wears off and you realize what you're doing, you're sitting there going, I could be doing a lot more better games right now. And especially when that game comes out in August, I don't know who will be willing to deal with that kind of old, antiquated multiplayer in around that time. Speaking of a great multiplayer game and something for the goals right now, Rematch just came out. I got it early. I got the awesome edition. I am hooked. Rematch is definitely has a high bar to learn, but it is fun as hell. And if you like soccer or football, as they call it over the waters, Rematch is friggin' awesome. I am hooked. I am playing a lot of it, and I can't wait to get back to it, and I will be streaming it here. And if you have it, feel free to join up. We'll be playing some Rematch there. It's a soccer game. It is not Rocket League Soccer, I'll tell you that right now. It came out today. Right now, speaking of crossplay, it's made by the developer that made Switvh, and you definitely see the animation in there, and it is really a cool game. Like I like it a lot. It really is very interesting, and it definitely has a bit of a learning curve, but man, what you can do freestyle wise and stuff like that with it is really cool. So I'm definitely going to be streaming this game. It is $30. A lot of people complaining that should be free to play, but one of the challenges is that it's basically like a third-person shooter. Like you don't just automatically aim at the net. You got to move your camera and use that bullseye to know where you're going to shoot, which adds such a crazy part where you want to look back at the ball, but you got to turn it around, which it adds to the things, and you got to kind of have that second sense and use the mini map, and hopefully people, and the ball is like it's not attached, like has like just kind of a little bit of physics to it. Like you could run past it, you could touch tap it. It's really cool. I know I lost a lot of people at soccer, but it's definitely a really fun, it's a fun game to do 3-on-3, 4-on-4, 5-on-5, and there's no super moves. There's basically stamina. It's very simulation like, even though it has an arcadey look to it. I'm hoping, they already got some people you can buy. They got the battle pass in there and stuff like that. They also have Ronaldo in there that you can buy for $10. So they're going to be doing skins and all that other stuff. We need the blue lock. That's what my son's waiting for. Messi is not in there. They don't have any professionals in there yet. You customize your own character and stuff like that. They do have a free pass and stuff, and there are annoying things when people don't pass the ball and all that other stuff, but man, when you get a team and you're working and you could dribble around people and go around that stuff, man, it's a high, man. When you score a goal, you just miss it to hit the post. People are bouncing things off of walls. It has this like virtual stadium that changes, and those are kind of things that they do. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool game. Definitely worth the $80. The 30, not 80. Holy shit, $30. But people are complaining that should be free. There is a mini map in there because you need it. You need the mini map because if you're looking forward to the net to get that one timer to get that shot, you can't be looking back because then you got to turn it around or you got to dribble it there. So Captain Nabusa, Tsubasa. Yes. But yeah, I'll be streaming this game. So that's fun there. So to get to the other thing that came to me from Father's Day that I got the Switch 2. Grind is yes, I got it. And I'm going to do a quick just showing you some cool stuff. This is what I kind of do in the VIP show. So I just want to show you something. Just show you. Just a little bit. Just a wee little bit. Hold on, I gotta get turned on. Okay, and then yeah. All right. Just show you something quick. Here, grinders. Yeah, Target screwed me up, and Best Buy came in for the win. I got a notification saying Best Buy had it. Family got it for me for Father's Day, and having a blast. Man. Mario Kart is what it is, and I'll give you some just quick impressions on it. But let me see if I have my thing set up here. Yep, there we go. There we go. So yeah, so when you get in the box, you know, you get your sticks, you get your yeah, I don't know if I want that slide on. But yeah. So let me tell you something. This thing, it is thin as hell. It has USB at the bottom, USB at the top. Listen, I'm telling you right now, my first impressions of this is basically a Switch Pro. This is the daddy Switch. This is the daddy Switch. Compared to this, and that's why I wanted to show you, compared to the original Switch, this is the original day one Switch. It went through war. I printed out thumbsticks for it. Dude, I printed out thumbsticks for it because this thing was all the rubbers came off. Pause. The rubbers, all the rubbers came off, and so I had to print them on. But man, just look at the size difference. This thing looks like a Fisher Price toy of the first Switch compared to the second Switch. Man, I was just like, I couldn't believe it. It really is. Like, look at this. That was my biggest and first impression. I was like, yo. Craziness. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this thing looks like a freaking toy. Like, it's like baby Switch and big Switch. And the screen is great. And this thing is, I'm telling you, the Switch 2, it's heavier. It's heavier. This is the OG day one Switch. And I printed out these things. I put them on because they broke off. But it is crazy. I could not believe the size difference. And also, the size difference, I'm going to tell you right now, helps when you use the Joy-Cons, which I think are pretty damn slick when you pull them off here. You know, these things are actually better substantial to use them because they're bigger. When you compare them to the other ones, dude, these friggin' things, like, look at just the Joy-Cons themselves. Like, and they have like some matte material on here. This is like some cheap ass, like horrible plastic. These things actually have some satin feel to them. You could see like this, the size difference there. So I have to say, like, very impressed with the hardware. I think, and you know, this thing doesn't. My other OG Switch lost the kickstand, busted off. I lost my kickstand. That got ripped off. This thing went through war. And this thing, you know, as you can see, the kickstand here, you know, is definitely metal and it's solid. Even the dock, dude. The dock is huge. Has its two USB-Cs on the side, and then you pop off the back of it here, and you can see there's your HDMI, your Ethernet. But this thing is beastly too. The only thing that I didn't like about this is that it's just smooth plastic in here. That I'll turn the light on. Like, this one has just smooth plastic in here. Not like, it could have been cool if this was like felt or rubber or something in there because the screen rests upon it. So that's a little thing with this Switch. And then, you know, this thing was definitely unique in the way they done this, in the sense of like when you put the Switch things on it, you have like now this little handle here, which is not too bad. It's definitely different on there. So, but I'd say initial, and another crazy thing too is when you pop open this, the cartridge here, you pull it from the back and it has like some metal on top to kind of make sure that it holds the Switch card in check. Like, it keeps the Switch card in there, which is pretty crazy. Interesting there. But I gotta tell you, like, hardware wise, very, like, it's definitely a Switch Pro. That's how I feel. It's definitely a Switch, like a Switch Pro here. And while we're looking at, but this thing is like a Fisher Price toy compared to the other one. And then while we're here, still hate those Joy-Cons. I hate that they don't have a real D-pad on it. That's the other thing. I do not like that. While we're here, grinders, oops. Let me show you. Then here we got the portal coming on in here. And actually, let me move my dock here so it doesn't hit anything. And you got your portal here. So you can see the Portal and the Switch share like a pretty much similar size screen in the sense. So, and then also I got this cool case for the Portal with a kickstand and everything. I had that on my channel there, but it got you. I did on the VIP show. I showed the cool case for it. But yeah, there's your Portal screen. So like they are about the same size with the screen size. The Portal, like this is like, that's all you need, baby. This is all you need. But yeah, so like your Portal screen and this. Oh, where's my Portal screen? My Portal turned off? There we go. My Portal. Stay on, Portal. There we go. But yeah, so you see the Portal screen in that. And then grinders. Oh, the screen looks really good. We're not done. Then grinders. What gun is that? What? The Portal looks like a gun. No, this case. So I got this case here. I got this case from Amazon. So it goes around here. These things are really like almost like sandpaper handles. And what's cool is that this is the part of the Portal. It goes around. So like your Portal is ready to go. Because I was worried about these friggin' jump sticks, dude. These thumbsticks here. And we're in a very small area. But yeah, this thing goes around here. And it covers the whole entire Portal. Protects your thumbsticks. There. So you just have the whole thing. And then you just pop this thing off. And then there's your Portal. With the thing around it. But it covers the front of it. And then it even has a little kickstand in the back. Too. And this is all soft rubber. But this is like sandpaper thing on there. But yeah, the Switch, I'm really enjoying it. Yo, Maricot. And one of the things I want to show you. Because we're not done, grinders. Is now this is the MSI Claw 7-inch. So just want to let you know, as we sit here and we talk about the new Xbox, and you know, this is an Xbox and this is an Xbox. Oh my god, my camera's all over the place. This is an Xbox and this is an Xbox. This is the MSI Claw. And the reason why I got this for like $350. I told you at Target. This is crazy. This is last year's. This is an Xbox. This is a PC handheld. Let me turn off the friggin' light so you can see. But the reason why I wanted to show you this is because this is the same size screen of the new ROG Ally, the 7-inch 1080p 120 hertz. And look at relatively to your other guys. Look at this. Look at this. Where's my song? Look, here's your Portal with the Switch. This is basically, yeah, here, look, here's your Switch, and there is the MSI Claw. 7-inch screen. Right? This is the same one that the new ROG Ally is going to have. Here's the Portal. Look at the size screen of the Portal. It's like another inch. It matters when you're in the handhelds. So like when you're looking at them, you basically got, this is what the new Xbox ROG Ally screen is going to be, and it's all white out. I don't know why. It's small. No difference really. No, it's a difference. Now there's a size difference. You know, this thing is smaller. See if this thing goes over. There's all that wonderful Xbox stuff. OneDrive and all that other stuff wants to pop up on my screen. This is the box. And the Portal screen went out. But there we go. Just wanted to show you the size of the differences of them there. But like, yeah. So you look at the size here of the Switch versus the Xbox ROG or whatever. That's the size that it's going to be. So, just to kind of put in perspective there on that. And that's the thing. This is like $450. This one is $200, and this one is $1,000. But I got it for cheaper. But yeah. But also, this is a PC. Which, by the way, what the hell? Why does it look so like? Is it the blue? Hold on, let me see. There we go. Maybe that's better. I think it was the blue or something. There we go. But yeah, I just wanted to show like the 4 of them there, you know, on the size difference. And definitely this is the heaviest one, but this is the MSI core. But the reason why I just want to give you the size of the reference of what it is, of the sizes there. Now I think maybe now with that on there, you could see, you know, that stuff. It's kind of hard to show you, but yeah, it is a difference. And this is a 7-inch 120 hertz screen. I just know, like, playing, because I like when I play the Portal, and I could play on here on the MSI, but like the Portal is such a nicer screen to play on, plus, you know, the handles. But the Portal is the thing, and the Portal is bigger. The bigger Portal is like 7 something. I don't know how big the Portal size is, but it's like 7.8 on the screen there. But just to kind of give you a reference, like, you know, this is kind of, it is kind of small. Like, it is kind of small, and especially when you get into your wonderful you know, Windows environment, you know, when you're looking at like this and you're tapping on little stuff, and it is small, you know. And that's why they got to fix it, and got to do a full Xbox experience, like, you know, a full screen experience here. So that's the thing, like, you know, when and they got to remove this because this is a small screen to do that on. And one of the big things is like, oh, but you hit that Xbox button and it brings up the Xbox bar. How revolutionary. Grinders, look at this. MSI Core 7 AI1 from last year, got it for $350 at Target on clearance. It was $800. All those other ones now $1,000. Watch what happens when I hit this button over here, the MSI Core button. What does it do? Look at this. It brings up the Xbox game bar. Go look at the material. It does exactly what they're saying the other console's going to do when you hit the Xbox button. It's revolutionary. It takes you to the Xbox game bar. Yeah. There you go. I hit my button right here. How revolutionary. It takes me to the Xbox game bar, where I have my games that I could launch. It has my stuff, my friends list, my messages. And then look, I can add widgets, my achievements. Yeah, so revolutionary, you say. It's because the most revolutionary thing is gonna be this. What do they do with this app? This is what the revolution's gonna be, because right now it is just a website. You can't even search. If you come up here to search on this thing, all right, you know what? I'm gonna search for a game. Microsoft, let me search for a game, please. Let me search. Let me hit the X button and search. Oh, it doesn't bring up a keyboard. This sucks. What do you got to do? You got to take your hands off, and now you got to tap. Oh, now I could type it in. Now I got to use my hands. That's the stuff that they're trying to fix, because this is in their own app. Hell, what they're going to do with the Windows operating system, but in their own app, you cannot search with text. You got to touch it to get the keyboard up. You cannot use the controller to search for a game. I'm showing you right now. I hit X. There you go. So no quick resume, no dot. It doesn't have anything. But this is the work they got to do just in the app itself. And this is the full screen experience that they're trying to talk about here. Because right now it is fragmented. Okay? It's just basically a website. And this is compact mode. So this is the main point of what they're trying to sell. The Xbox button just does this. That's what the Xbox button does. So it just brings up the Xbox game bar. That's why, like, I have it right here. So what the hell are they talking about with this revolutionary new device? What, right here. Same screen, same screen. Fix this. You got to fix the app, dude. Fix that thing. Because this sucks. Because everybody has to make their own launcher. And look how revolutionary this is. Look, this is from Steam. This is from Epic Store. This is from ROG. Where's GROG? Where's my other? Yeah, Cyberpunk from GROG. Revolutionary, they say. That everybody had to make a front end launcher because you suck at your job. This is MClaw. This sucks. Yeah, this app is better. The ROG one is better. The one on the ROG X. But they got to fix this. And they haven't. And that's what they promised to fix. See? GROG is right here. This is what I use. And then you got to do launcher and you got to go there. They got to fix the whole operating system, the whole front end, the apps, everything to work with a controller. This is what everybody, know what they've done to bypass it is that the console, when you hold this button, look, it goes into desktop mode, and then I get to move the mouse around with my stick. Pause. You know? And then I hold this to go in gamepad mode, and now I could play as a gamepad. That's how they do navigating Windows. Does that sound like a fun handheld experience? With my games, with my store, let's go play some games. There's everything right here. In my portal, my controller, just hit the button, give me an internet connection, and we're cooking. Let me get on the cloud. Boom. Just give me an internet connection, and we're doing. Console gaming. Steam Deck is the same thing. Console gaming. Just console. That's it. Very easy, simple. Remove, sort, I'm in the game. Here, I'm bullet launches and dealing with touchscreens. So, and I hit my my thing there. But anyway, there you go. So if you have any questions as we go through this stuff, I told you, I am a tech junkie. I love computers. I love gaming. I try it and let you know how I feel about it. And I've been through all of them. So I don't know how many other shows will do that, but you see it here. I got them. They weren't. Nobody said, "Here's your gift package." These are all mine. They're all mine. And I'll tell you if it's worth it. I'll return it. Oh shit! Hit something. What did I hit? Oh, Switch 2. But I say, the Switch 2 honeymoon period. But I'm telling you right now, it is a nice machine. It is definitely a Switch Pro. And I've been playing Mario Kart 8, and I have to say, not Mario Kart 8, Mario Kart World. I did boot up Mario Kart 8. You could see the pixelization. Mario Kart World does have better lighting. The HDR looks awesome. I've been playing on my OLED. Everything looks good on the OLED, but man, Mario Kart World looks good on there. I have to say, it's Mario Kart. Do you have to run out and go get a Switch right now? No. But you want to know what? They do what they do well. That's what it is. And they do some crazy things. They're going to FAFO too, but not as much because people love their stuff. But I'm just letting you know that the Switch, I like it. I like it. I'm glad I got it. Is it worth the price? I can't tell you. Like, you know, is it worth $500? I would say if you're going to get it, get the $500 version because Mario Kart World is that game. It's that game that you'll play. You unlock all the different character outfits. The open world has little things to do and things like that. And I tell you, they added some cool physics to it. Cool animations. So, like, I don't know. Like, I like it. But is it worth $450? I gotta tell you, the hardware definitely feels better premium-wise than the original Switch. I question whether the original Switch was worth $300 or $400 when you look at it. It looked like a Fisher-Price toy. Especially when you see the build of the Portal at $200. That Portal is built great for a $200 device. But I gotta tell you, like, you know, when you take the Switch out of the box, the Switch 2 out of the box, like, it definitely feels like a premium device. It feels like a good device. You know, it's like, yeah, it's that, like, you know, it has heft to it. It has that cool, it has that definitely that feel to it, and the plastic that they use, the kickstand, the hardware feels good. and the screen is really nice. Everything pops on that screen. Everything looks great. And I tell you, when you plug it into a 4K OLED TV, you know, you could see the difference. When I played Mario Kart Worlds, and then I went back to some of the Switch 1 games, like even Smash Brothers and Mario Kart 8, you could see the low resolution on it. You could see the pixelization. You could see the lack of like the sharpness and stuff like that. You can see it. Whereas a Mario Kart World, like you see the HDR, like I gotta tell you, one of the things that really surprised me is when we did the headlights, and you know, we went in the cave and stuff, and all the go-kart headlights and the lights and stuff. Like, it was pretty impressive. I was like, oh wow, it looks pretty good. But again, we'll let you know. It's the honeymoon period. Just got it. Played just a day. We had a lot of fun. We played some party, you know, Mario Kart and stuff like that. And you know, it does what it does. Hey man, it is what it is. Don't go running it out, or you know, you have to go get it. A must play. You know, maybe win the game you want, but hey, Nintendo does what it does. So, and the magnetic Joy-Cons I do like better than the sliding ones. So, and it works, and they give you all the stuff in the box. You got your all the stuff, the dock, the things, like you're good to go. Like, yeah, there's other things you could buy. The accessories are expensive. The old Switch, I'll tell you that the old Switch Joy-Cons work on the new Switch. I gotta tell you, using the Joy-Con, the new ones, they got bigger buttons on the top, so it doesn't look like it's horrible. You need an attachment. The Joy-Con buttons are bigger on top, and you could use them, because I use the original Joy-Cons. My God, like, they're horrible on there. But you can use your original Switch Joy-Cons on it. I haven't really, the fan in the dock is not that very loud. I did not hear it. It was further away from me, but I did not hear a fan coming up. And trust me, having a gaming PC and even that MSI Core, I would hear fans. So I don't hear any fan on that. What was another thing that you can do? You could use the old Switch Pro controller, so you don't have to go buy that one. What's up, Sick? How you doing, man? You can buy that Pro controller, and you could use the old one. You don't have to buy the new one. And the C button for chat, I'm not chatting with anybody on there unless you want to, but you got to just use your cell phone to verify it before you use it. I don't know if you have to do it every single time. And also to the virtual card games, this is one thing I got to grind my gears just a little bit on. So when you transfer your profile from the Switch 1 to the Switch 2, it takes your saves and your games. It took about maybe like 5 minutes to do it. But once it does that, your Switch 1 becomes basically a Goo Goo Gaga device. Like, it's dumb. Like, your games are on there. Everything looks the same, but man, it just pulled the guts from it, dude. Like, it pulled the soul. It takes the soul out of the Switch 1 and puts it into the Switch 2. All your ownership, it just pulls the life out of it. Because then when you go back to your Switch 1 to boot up a game, it's like, do you want to bring the virtual card over? I'm like, what? So you basically, it's like if you used a card. So if you digitally own the game, so like Smash Brothers, right? And I want to play it now on my Switch 1. I have to it takes a visual of the card coming out of my Switch 2 and going into my Switch 1. Now I could play it over there. But that's it. You can't play it on the Switch 2. It's dead. It shows up, but when you play it, it says, do you want to take the card back? And you want to hear this? No, I did not get the camera refresh. Nobody's using that trash. No, I'm not even get the hell that camera. Goddamn colonoscopy camera. I'm not getting that thing. So then, guess what? You want to hear something crazy? I went to play. I was like, oh, let me see what Smash Brothers is on the Switch 2. Well, I already brought it over to the Switch 1. Guess what happens? Please turn on the Switch 1 and make sure it's connected to Wi-Fi. Yo, Nintendo, Bowser. So in order to get the game card back, the license back from the Switch 1, you got to make sure your Switch 1 is on, and you got to make sure that your Switch is on Wi-Fi, and then it takes the virtual card back from the Switch 1 into the Switch 2. Wild, dude. Wild. they didn't do it like the PlayStation 5 and 4, man. The PlayStation 4 was its own generation, and your licenses and games, you played the PlayStation 4 version, you were good. And you could play the PlayStation 5 version was a separate one. You could have multiple people share, but yeah, you can't do that. There's no game sharing. Doug Bowser, man. He says your games are in another castle. That's what he said. But yeah, so and then there's like a whole management system of where your virtual cards go. So I can't imagine if you have another Switch, you'll be handing out licenses left and right, and I don't even know. And that is not even the lending. You could go in there and lend the game to somebody. That means it comes back to you. But when you boot it up and you take the card away, you got to turn it on to go get it. I just hope somebody, like, I don't know if you like put it on somebody's Switch and they leave. Can you get that license back if they're not online? They stole your game. I have no clue. It's like if they stole your game or something like that. Like, say if I took the Switch, I gave the virtual card to the Switch 1 of Smash Brothers, that person leaves with the Switch and runs away. And never goes on, like, and then what happens to my, like if they never go on? I don't know. I'm handing out licenses. I have no clue. But that's how it works. That's how it works, though. So, like, it's basically one license per game per device. Except if you have multiple profiles on there, you got to add people to your family. And you want to hear some other crazy shit that Nintendo does? If you want to add family members to your group, now I don't know if they did this on the Switch 1, dude. I want to add a child account to my family member on the thing, and it is like, put in your credit card. We're going to charge you 50 cents. I'm like, 50 cents? For what? To add a profile to a family account? They like, put in the credit card and you agree to pay 50 cents. I'm like, is this to test out the credit card? I didn't see you going to refund me 50 cents, but they wanted me to put my credit card in for another family member and charge me 50 cents. I'm like, huh? I don't know why. Like, is that to test out the credit card? That's a valid credit card that I'm putting with that account? I have no clue. All I wanted to do was add a family member to my account. But it wanted my credit card. I was like, I'm not doing this again. I'm like, you have my credit card for my store. See, there you go, Rob. I knew it. I knew it was probably just me not dealing with the Switch. But yes, Roberto Max says they did that with the Switch 1. 50-cent charge to add a family profile picture, a family profile to your membership. Because that's how you could lend games. You could lend games if you have a person in your family member. Not a profile. If you have a family member, you could lend games to them. But in order to get a family member, they want you to pay 50 cents. Yeah, I don't know why. They wanted a new credit card. It says add family member. What is it? Where on my Switch? Add family member. I went to profiles. I said add family. Where is it? Settings. Was it parental controls? So you could add users. Add user. Let me see. Yeah, it was somewhere. I don't know where I got it. But it was like add a family member. To turn on another, yeah, 50 cents to turn on and another to access your games soon. There you go. Like, yeah, I don't know why they did 50 cents, but that's what it is. There's the scheme. Profile. Yeah, I don't know where I found it from. Add friend, no. I don't know. But anyway, that it is. Oh, thank you. Josh S is probably so they can check and see if you have the same card as the account holder, so randos can't hop on. Maybe. But anyway, it was just weird. I did not feel like taking out my credit card and put it into another profile. So I was like, we're not doing it. But anyway, that's my Switch hands-on the stuff. And, I'll definitely tell you more. But, it's a nice device. And Mario Kart World is definitely awesome. And definitely you can see the old games on there. But it's Nintendo. It's okay, right? Hey, man, there's some wild shit on there. But all I'm saying is that I'm glad that the Switch is not my only game. Like if the Switch was like, oh, gaming in this house was a Nintendo house and all we did was live and die by the Switch, then it would be a problem. The Switch is an accessory device. The Switch is sort of like, get some of those games. I'm not buying Cyberpunk on there. This is not my main gaming thing. And I think as that, it's fine. But if you live and die by the Switch and deal with all that stuff and all that other stuff, it's Apple-esque in the way that they're goddamn getting you with shit. But I think that's why a lot of people just like, hey, I don't live and die by that Switch. You know, because if I had to buy that, because then I'd probably have to buy Switches for everybody, because it is a much more personal device. Like if somebody wants to rip it off the dock and say, I'm playing the games, you got two other kids screaming going, I want to play too. See, you can't do that with a PlayStation. Nobody rips the PlayStation out of the wall. Nobody's ripping my Xbox out of the wall. You know what I mean? But somebody could just grab the Switch, take it out of the dock and go, my game, bitch. And now all the kids are fighting. Oh, I got to buy him a Switch. I got to buy her a Switch now, and you a Switch, and your account, and your account. That's why I'm not doing that shit. We all play together. Like, I'm not doing that stuff. And that's the problem that I have with the Switch, too. Hence why probably it was a Father's Day gift. Because if it was a gift for one of them, they probably would have yelled at each other. That's why I made it a Father's Day gift. Smart move. Smart parenting, grinders. Hit that like button. There you go. There you go. Let me get these super chats here cooking. Mr. Grimm with the 10, he goes, theory time, they didn't properly implement the DualSense features for Gears Reloaded on PlayStation because they're afraid the PlayStation version might end up being better than the Xbox version. And Mr. Grimm, thank you so much for the 10. And why don't we actually explore that right now? Because Mr. Grimm, without the DualSense features, it is already better on PlayStation. Oh, shit.
Where that box is in the name of our...
Oh, man, that leads us right into our next topic, where Gears is better on PlayStation than it is on Xbox. My goodness, not like this. Yes, like this. And here we go, grinders. it is. So basically, let me see. I had it. Then I have it over here. I had all these. Let me go to my bookmarks here. So they already ran the test from the beta over the weekend, and Gears is the Pro is running it at a higher resolution than the other systems. Again, like the X is not even holding its own on it. I just don't understand. We know this is going to happen. That the PlayStation, due to having a mid-gen refresh and Xbox sitting there with their hands in their pants, that this is going to be consistent with everything that's going on. And unfortunately, this is something that they're just dealing with it, and that's it. So all your teraflops, even though the Xbox Series X has some more teraflops, they're not using it. They are not using the power of that system, even with their own games. And I have right here, let me see. Compare. Yeah. And even their implementation of the the frame rate too. Like this is the 120 frames, like it's on auto, and I was having some technical issues with it. It made my screen look like 3D, and then I had to like turn it off, especially on the first night. Yeah, let me see. DualSense enhancements. Where's the resolutions? Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Here it is. So, this is the way it looks right now. Series S, man. X, PS5, PS5 Pro. So just to say, I think you're not gonna say. So here it is right here. It says that the so The Series X runs 60 frames at 1552p to 1440p. The PS5 does a fit. So the PS5 and the Series X are running it similar. The Pro is running it at 1800p to 1400p and 1607. So at 120 hertz, it's running it at just about between 1440p and 1607 at 120 hertz. And on the Xbox, it's running it at 1080p 914 at 120 hertz. So the PS5 and the Series X are running it there. Booster coming in the back end, running 120 hertz at 960p to 700p. Please put Booster out and do it Old Yeller style. Please. Somebody do something to this piece of trash device. The base Series X is running a remaster of a remaster at 1080p and between 1080p and 960p. And it caps out at 1440p. It's not even upscaling it to 4K. It's upscaling it to 1440p from 1080p and 960, dude. That's your Series S for your remaster of a remaster. Gears Ultimate Remastered it's insane. That Series S is just craziness. That thing has to be put out, man. Like, seriously, I don't know who this is benefiting, but with those numbers right there, like, we're not even talking about sustainable for a 1080p TV. We're talking about 4K TVs right now. Like, this is not, like, the problem with the Series S is that the Series S is not a handheld. It doesn't have a 1080p screen on it with 120 hertz. The Series S is plugged into your TV. It is almost 100% being used on a 4K screen. These numbers are unacceptable. This is your first part remaster of a remaster. This is not a new gen Unreal 5 cutting edge game, dude. This is your Gears Ultimate remastered, your own franchise from your own first party studios, and you are at 1080p and 960p at 60 hertz and 120 hertz. You're playing at 960 and 700p. Holy shit on me. It is absolutely insane that it's running at those resolutions. It's insane. Insane. But there you go. Blurry mess. Up-resed. Enjoy. Like I said, you couldn't write this shit better yourself. That Sony has a PS5 Pro sitting out there, and that's when Microsoft decides to put their games on PlayStation, so that the best versions of their games is playable on the once competing console. What about Sony? Just remember those words, grinders. What about Sony was the origins of the Xbox?
Where the box is in the name.
It wasn't like, I want TO to play games. I want to bring storytelling to more people. We should get into gaming because that's something we want to get into. No, the words, what about PlayStation, is the origin of the Xbox. What about PlayStation? And now, what about PlayStation? It was a way to block them from going into the living room. It wasn't because they want to create stories, and we all know it's a business. Nintendo's a business, and stuff, and Sony's a business. Everybody wants to get into gaming because of the sector. But Microsoft specifically did not want to get into gaming to make games for people to make money on games. They wanted it to cock block Sony from the living room. What about Sony? What about PlayStation was when Bill Gates said, how much? That's what started the Xbox. It was started out of spite. It was started out of, let's crush PlayStation, because they are trying to get into the living room and we want to be there first. It was created out of hate for that situation. That's what it was. So it's so crazy now seeing Gears of War, one of the major games that was brought to Xbox. It wasn't even their own game. It was partnered with Epic, a partnership that really took the 360 to the next level. And actually, Gears launched the same year that PlayStation 3 did. This game. And it was the block. Sony was showing giant enemy crabs, and Microsoft had the first Unreal 3 game engine with Gears. A new franchise. Cliffy B in the house. This game came out the same time with your giant enemy crabs and PlayStation 3 at $600. And now, look where we are now. It's running better on the What About PlayStation. Somebody should write a poetry, a song. Somebody should do something about this because this is craziness. And now, here we are. But anyway, like I said, janky's still there from those 20 years ago, and they need to get it better than that. But speaking of weakness, speaking of people that talk too much, Grinders, we're going to the next one. Final Fantasy 16. Final Fantasy 16, Grinders. Lordy, 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 lordy. People on the internet, our good friend in the medias, were crawling up the asses of Square Enix for performance reports. Every time Square Enix got on the financial report and said, we're disappointed, these dudes went in the streets and was like, see, Square, you should have put it on Xbox. Exclusivity is not good. You should put your games everywhere. We could save it. See, you bet on one platform and you are not meeting the expectations. But if you would have put it on Xbox,
Where that box is in the name of our brand.
we could have made you meet your expectations. Because console exclusives and money hatting is not the way. Phil told us.
Xbox, no. Phil Des.
We will save you. Well, Grinders, the day had come. A stealth drop. Final Fantasy 16 finally made its way to
Where that box is in the name of our brand.
And the calculations are in. And as Twisted Sin said with the 20 and number 3 on the scoreboard with the 2, he says 22,000 copies of Final Fantasy 16 on Xbox the first week. And if I was somebody named Ryan, I will be doing this.
Like zoinks.
Yeah, super zoinks. The game didn't amount to a hill of beans on Xbox. They have been crying. Bootleg Jez has been talking about Final Fantasy, teasing it as announcements for the last 2 years. You know what's hilarious is if you go back and look at Final Fantasy 16, when they announced it as an exclusive, oh my God, they were crying in the streets. They're like, Sony money hatting, Final Fantasy 16. Oh, we want Final Fantasy. Dude, they cried. And then they saw the little disclaimer at the bottom that said, oh, it's only a year exclusive. They're like, okay, well, it's going to come out next year. Oh, it didn't. It's going to come out the next year. It didn't. But it said it only a year exclusive. It went to PC. It didn't go to Xbox. But what about us? Then they forgot about it. And then Phil Ness used it as one of his big announcements, Final Fantasy 16, and said today you could get it. The game that you've been crying for 3 years is here. I did it. And you would think that they would be in the streets doing like acting like our good friend over here. Where's our good friend? Where is he? They thought that when Phil Spencer announced Final Fantasy 16, oh man. Grinders, just for a little bit of funness here. Why don't we actually watch the visual that goes to that infamous thing? This is what Phil Spencer thought they were gonna do.
This is my longtime friend and fellow Final Fantasy 14 fan.
Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer, baby, let's go! Yes! Yes!
Mother of God.
Microsoft Gaming CEO のフィル・スペンサーさんです。ぜひ大きな拍手をお願いします。
I am pleased to welcome the CEO of Microsoft Gaming, Mr. Phil Spencer. A round of applause for him. This is my long...
Phil Spencer didn't even announce a game or anything. The man just walked out on stage and broke this guy into tears.
Friend and fellow Final Fantasy 14 fan.
Phil Spencer was a Final Fantasy 14 fan, but didn't bring the game on his console for years.
Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer! Phil Spencer, baby, let's go! Yes! 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 改めまして Microsoft Gaming CEO のフィル・スペンサーさんです。
Juicy, 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 gla, 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 glaze, glaze, double glazed blackberries on top of Janky Jones. Pancake, shake my head.
You're my number one customer.
Marketing. Juicy, gla, gla, gla. Glaze, glaze, double glazed blackberries on top of Janky Jones. Pancakes, shake my head, Xbox marketing.
Oh shit. I need the video of that. The soundbite doesn't do it justice. Holy crap. Man pissed a goddamn kidney stone with that freaking Phil Spencer. Holy shit on me. My goodness gracious. Well, where were they with the Mr. Tennis Kid's not laughing, right? Yo, Twisted Sin with who's got Easy Tone here with the member of 2 months. He goes, Xbox can't even sell Xbox games on Xbox, so they don't know what they could have saved Square Enix. That's the funny thing. They thought that they could save them. They could save Xbox, could save Square Enix and meet their expectations. And it's finally there. Hit that like button, grinders. The gamer entertainment, you don't get it anywhere else. There it is, right here. Right here at the Gaming Grindhouse. Holy crap.
You're my number one
My
customer.
goodness. Hope everybody's rolling on the floor, rolling on the floor, rolling on the floor. Holy crap on me. They thought they could save them. We can meet your expectations. Well, there it is. It's there. And then all I saw was the people going, well, it's 3 years too late. 3 years too late. It's not in Game Pass. All the excuses in the world of why they're not going to go buy it. And they didn't. 22,000 measly people. You got 34 million Xboxes.
Where that box is in the name of our brand.
The first week, there's nothing out for a game. This was the only big game that came out that week for them. It wasn't a Game Pass. Well, you chose to skip us first, so I'm not buying it. You don't get my money because you chose not to put it here on day one. Oh, shut the fuck up. You really think this game was out day one that you would buy it anyway? Come on, does anybody see the goddamn releases? Look at Capcom. Even look at Activision. The Xbox platform is the lowest selling platform of all multi-platform games. I was just talking about Rematch, right? Remember? I was talking about Rematch. The Rematch is that soccer game, right? 500 people got to play it in Game Pass for free. It's a Game Pass game. And 500 people played it over. Look, you saw the numbers. Like, you saw the engagement of that. Like, where is it? Do I have it? I think I have it here. They were screaming at me 2 weeks ago about it. Where did you get this number? I'm like, they posted it from the beta. What is it? Rematch numbers. Day one, bitch. In Game Pass 2. In Game Pass 2. All you got to do in Game Pass is click the button. 1.8 million players. 1.6 million on Steam. 270,000 on PlayStation, over a quarter of a million, 20,000 on Xbox,
Where that box is in the
and the free goddamn beta of what, 30-something million Xbox Game Pass players? 500 dudes. 500 dudes. What happened to barriers? Oh, look, Steam, that's a barrier. That's a barrier. That's a barrier. That's a barrier. Oh, that's places where you got to buy them. But in Game Pass, you don't have to buy it. This was free. Look at the numbers. You are going to save Final Fantasy. You're going to save Final Fantasy. Like, really? Come on now. Look at the breakdown. Platform sales. Where is this one? Let me see if I find this one here. Let's see. Do I have it right here? When was this? When was this one? When was this one? Let me see. Did they show you? Because I want to see. Did we see a little bit here? A little bit? Oh, it's in the units. Where the blocks? Where is the blocks? They don't break it down. They just have a console. But we've seen this so many times. Man, I think even Activision console breakdown sales.
Where that box is in the name of our brand. Where that box is in the name of our brand.
Where is that one? They stopped reporting. Xbox was below, I think, 10%. non-existent. Or what I think it was it with Capcom or was it with Activision? It was one of them. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, hey, you want just a little taste? When was this? Was this yeah, this was last year. Look at little things like this. Xbox fought hard and won support from Square Enix and Atlas, but now it's losing support from Capcom, who has ditched Xbox for Marvel vs. Capcom and other titles. That was in 2024, June. Come on, look. They're skipping Wukong, all this stuff. Like, they're not going to save Final Fantasy. You do not sell your platform. And then, on top of all this, here's more excuses, is that the game runs at 720p on the Series X in performance. And you want to know what? Don't take my word, because guess who was Digital Foundried, dumbfounded, bamboozled, flabbergasted, and all the above? My goodness, grinders. Where's my watch latest? Because you got to hear these words. These words. Where are you? Where are my good friends? Sorry, I have so many videos, grinders. We got the receipts all coming cooking. Wait a second. You're going to want to hear this. You're going to want to hear some... Wait, here it is. Here they are. Bamboozled, Digital Foundry. Let them talk to you about Final Fantasy 16. This is after all these years.
Analysis of this, but
tell them about it.
Contact with the Xbox version is intriguing enough already.
It's very intriguing. Oftentimes with these console ports to Xbox or PlayStation from another console platform that's extant, we don't expect too much, but this is like throwing me for all kinds of curveballs. So yeah, this is just a quick look. It's not a full review, obviously, but I compared a number of matching shots and a cutscene in the early game across the 5 mode and console variations we have here between PS5, Series S, and Series X, and the results are bizarre. So starting with Series X, it has 2 visual modes, a graphics mode and a frame rate mode, just like PlayStation 5. But the graphics mode has some weird problems relative to PS5. Firstly, the Series X is softer and lower resolution.
Who? What? Who? What? Did he say that Microsoft put soft in the name? Oh, shit. He just said that.
There's only one word to describe you, and I'm gonna spell it out for you. S-A-W-F-T.
Soft.
So in this shot, the PS5 is at 1440p roughly, and the Series X is at 1224p or so.
What?
So that's a bit of a curious difference. Oftentimes we don't see that big of a resolution divergence between the two consoles.
And the Xbox console,
where that boxed is in the name of our brand,
was a 3-year-old port. New. Look at the trees. Look at this is not S. This is the X, the most powerful console. Pixels you'll never see before. Frame rates we've never seen before. Uncompressed pixels. Cutting edge technology. Hofus method. Vapor chambered my ass. All of the stuff. Everything. There's only one person who could put all this magic into one Series Xbox.
Xbox Gandalf says, thou shalt not.
This man right here, promoted to next gen, what is his name now? The vice president of the next generation.
Xbox Gandalf says, thou shalt not.
Only one man could do such magic. Gaming Gandalf himself. Look at that face. Look at this face. That's a face that you could take home to your mother. There it is. Look at that. When you see that face, I see the future of Xbox. Grinders, do I need to make it bigger for you in the back? Grinders, we need to look at it bigger in the back. Look at this. That is the president of next. Oh shit, all the VIPs. Holy shit, Stephen Leone in the house.
Where the box is in the name.
But wait, let me just move these announcements. Look at this dude. This is our leader. Bigger, they say. They want it bigger. He is the future. Only this man can put the magic of Xbox. This is the vice president of everybody of the next generation. I can't get bigger enough. There he is, look, peeking at the sides. Look at this man. This is the leader. He put the Hovis method. He has done everything for Xbox. He has brought the dashboard to you. He's bringing you the handhelds. This man over here, a face the mother could love. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. This man has done magic with the Series X. And he said all the stuff, Hovis, vapor chambers, all the shit. There it is. Look at this man. This is a genius. You go up to the Genius Bar and his face is there. There he is.
Xbox scandal says thou shalt not.
There he is. A face a mother could love. That's your next generation president. And only he could do the magic of the Xbox. Developers love this man. They got pictures. This picture I stole from one of the developers they had in their room. This is a beautiful, that's the future vice president. Holy shit. Thank you. I'm sure everybody go throw up if I made you dizzy. But here we go. Look at the magic. Look at these trees. Phil Spencer, fucking lawnmower man.
And oftentimes it favors the Series X in these comparisons, but in this case it's favoring the PS5 by quite a large margin, and it's a lot softer. Both.
Yo, Stephen Leone with the 20 VIPs in the house. Holy shit, it's going crazy in the house. Holy shit,
Gaming.
That's gaming's all about. Holy shit, thank you, Stephen Leone. My goodness. Holy shit, I gotta give him the music. Where's my music? Holy shit on me. He wants to make sure we get those musics. We got 5 more we need for the shit. You can hear that song tonight.
Thank you for the VIP membership. It's harder than the internet. Thank you.
When I rant. Oh shit, he wants me to have a heart attack here, yelling and screaming.
It's harder than the internet.
CEO says when I rant, he drops the 20s. Oh shit. Oh man, keep that hand over that button. Get ready, because you ain't seen nothing yet, Stephen Leone. Look at the trees.
SCMAA plus FSR1 combo.
Dude's talking in tongues.
The PlayStation 5 version shipped with at launch. But the Xbox version is consistently lower resolution, and you can easily count the stair steps here. There seems to be a contrast difference between the two. I have both consoles set to default brightness in this game with HDR off, limited range capture, but on Xbox the highlights are not as bright and sometimes the shadows are a little bit lifted. It's really weird. There are some other at a large margin, and it's a lot softer. Also some issues in some shots where there's a...
Holy shit, look at these screens! Stephen Leone, he did it again! He did another 5! Holy shit on me! Stephen Leone! Puts back to 0 again.
Welcome to Ultimate Grinders.
All right, he got you a song. Thanks Stephen Leone. He got you 1 song this evening. We're halfway to our other second song. Holy crap. Well, I'm going to see. Goal hit, and we're going to start at 0 again. There's another one. You guys want more music? Woof. I'm going to try to get to Digital Foundry bamboozlement. Stephen Leone, my goodness, he cooking. He made you make sure you have VIP video, man. Hit that, damn. Look at this. And the Xbox One is years later. They had all the time to fix it and optimize it and all this other shit. Look at it. This is not grinders. I just want to be very clear. This is not the S. This is the X. They put X in Xbox.
Foliage rendering.
Whoa. I heard something. Phil the Lawnmower Man Spencer must be working overtime. I heard something. Hold on. What is this?
Are not as bright, and sometimes the shadows are a little bit lifted. It's really weird.
Hold on.
There are some other minor visual differences, like some divergences in the grass shadows here, and there are also some issues in some shots where there's a dramatic divergence in the foliage rendering, where the Xbox just kind of looks broken in some trees and some bushes here. So that's very odd. Just as a sanity check, by the way, I did just like make sure.
Holy shit. Phil the Lawnmower Man Spencer yet again. Grinders, what is the problem with trees and bushes and the things that are on the trees called leaves? What the hell is going on with Xbox? Every friggin' game, there seems to be problems with the foliage, the trees, the bushes, the grass. Phil the Lawnmower Man Spencer, I don't know. Where is the person that could answer these questions? Only I go down on where is the answers to this? What happened to the trees, sir? And the things that are on the trees called leaves. The foliage rendering. Man, if I want to see a next-gen Xbox, the first goddamn words that better come out of that mouth on that sizzle reel will be like, we heard you. We got trees, bitch. That's what I want to hear. That will get me to get invested in the next Xbox. Have goddamn... I need some goddamn Lawnmower Man. They pull up. Maybe they do a little promo. Somebody pulls up, a landscaping company goes, you know what? We heard you. We got bushes and trees, bitch. Holy shit. Because that's what they need to do. I showed you how they're going to try to fix Windows and fix the full Xbox experience. Dude, they can't even get goddamn bushes into their games. They got problem with grass. They got problems with trees. And foliage. They need goddamn fertilizer, bitch. They need something. Fuck the Xbox full experience. Give me the goddamn trees and the bushes. Every goddamn Xbox game port from PlayStation is missing leaves. Is missing trees. What the hell is it?
Sure, there's nothing wrong with my system or something. I tested Doom the Dark Ages on both consoles. I quickly matched up some shots, and they looked identical in terms of the gamma presentation, the brightness, and the contrast, and all that good stuff. So, yeah, just a weird issue with this game, apparently. Both of them run the game at 30 FPS without any particular drops, both PS5. In this game with HD...
Look at the trees here! Disaster.
No. Plus FSR1 combo.
No.
It was a disaster, Ryan. It was a train wreck. It was a disaster, Ryan. It was a train wreck. It was a disaster, Ryan. It was a train wreck.
I don't know. Hey, no problem, Steve. Yo, thanks for letting me be on the show. It's on and fun, yo. Anytime, man. Steve, you're welcome. Come on the show, man. I don't get it. I don't get it with their trees, with their leaves. And they'll tell you this is the reason why we're not buying it. But it is a problem of a whole larger picture of this Xbox console. And really, do you want another one like this? This generation of Xbox hardware has been a goddamn shit show. It has been horrible. The power of this, just remember, 5 years ago, they were talking about RDNA, Phil DNA baked on a chip. 3.5 when Sony got software. They were talking about hardware ray tracing, and PlayStation had soft tracing. They were talking about teraflops and all this stuff. And vapor chambers and Hovis methods and all this shit. That this blew away the PlayStation. And this is what you get 3 years after the PlayStation port when they had time to optimize this thing, and you get this. There is something inherently wrong with the hardware that they are building. Whether they built this hardware and they didn't plan on being on it and the cloud was going to take over, but there is something technically wrong. And on top of that, now they're focused on trying to fix something else when they got this thing broken right under their nose. Like, this is the crazy part about it. Like, all jokes aside, this hardware generation for Xbox not only has been a failure in sales, but the technical prowess of the X, at least. The S has been a booster box. Like, that thing didn't need to exist. That was booster. Nobody wants that one. The X, at least the X should be at least hand paw to paw. 2 years, Mayor Wilcox says. Not 3. 2. Shit. No matter any years. It was more than 1. And this is what you get. There's no magic dust or anything in this Xbox for this to happen. And you want them to make more hardware? You would believe when that dude walks out on stage and says, here's more hardware, that Phil Spencer holding a handheld saying this is an Xbox with these kind of results, and now they're not even making these claims, these hardware, it's somebody else in a PC where, guess what? I told you, you go spend $1,000 on a ROG Ally, guess what you're playing on? Medium to low settings. You're playing on medium to low settings and at 1080p, maybe 900p. Add frame gen and FSR to get up to 1080p. So you're spending $1,000 to run the game at the lowest settings possible to try to get it to run at a decent frame rate, at least 45 to 60, with not making your TDP of your mini handheld PC max out to give you lower battery life and time. Oh yeah, it's a wonderful formulation that you guys get to tinker with. You put it on full power, you got 60 frames. Guess what happens? You're bad. You only have 3 hours. Let's see if you can put it in balance mode. But regardless of what power mode you're in, you're not running these games with ray tracing on. You're not running these games even possibly with HDR on. Maybe. I don't know if HDR is even on it. And maybe you're going to run these games at low to possibly medium settings with frame gen and FSR. You're skimming the bottom of PC gaming for $1,000 handheld because you're compromising a handheld. That's what you're doing. You're not getting a medium. You're not getting high settings in these AAA games and be able to turn on a 1080p and ultra settings on a handheld. Yeah, no thanks. You're not even at 1080p. You want to play little games like Shovel Knights and all that other stuff and Fall Guys. Yeah, maybe then you could push it. But you're not playing Final Fantasies. You're not playing Doom on that shit unless you dropping it all. I showed you what I have and what I've been through. That's the real story. And the Zen 2 ain't that much powerful than the Zen 1. It's just better optimized. And what's crazy is that the Zen 2 actually seems to be more of better performance at lower wattage, because that's what you want. And that's why the Steam Deck is so good, because it gives you better performance at lower wattages. That gives you better battery life, and it gives you the performance that you want. However, you're still dropping those settings down. So just to let you know what you're getting into, that handheld's not saving anybody. Their own custom hardware is delivering this. And there's a problem. And they're not fixing it. 5 years into the generation, 2-year port from a PlayStation, and that's what you're getting? How does the game 2 years ago on a weaker system look better than the Series X? And it's blatantly obvious, man. It is not a leaf here and there.
But the PlayStation
and you
5
want them
version?
to announce more hardware and be in the hardware race, like I said. They're not adding any value to any games. So, like, yeah, maybe the 22,000, we can make fun of that they're going to save them, but look at the results. There's so many problems with the hardware, and the developers have been saying it. And whether it's the S, whether it's the X, these are the results that they're getting. And what are they going to do? Do more hardware? Easy Tone. 5 super chat. Thank you, man. He goes, remember when the Series X was the world's most powerful console and the place to play third-party games? Yes. The final Phil Ness for their final console. Yeah. It was their I'm going to play all my third-party games on there. Third-party games will look best on Xbox. I'm just going to get PlayStation for the exclusives. Oh, yeah. That was the talk 5 years ago. Look how the mighty have fallen. Now they're hyping up playing on a 1080p 7-inch screen at low to medium settings for $1,000. That's their savior now because Phil told them. Insane. 22,000 sold from their estimates of this game, Final Fantasy 16. Stealth drop. They love their stealth drops. It's not even on the most play. Like it is like 300 on the most playlist. Like all purchasing, and you don't think third party sees this stuff? This is why Microsoft needed to go buy all those publishers, because they needed to support their own stuff, because they did not have they don't have the hardware leverage anymore of install base and purchasing power to attract developers to use their shit. See, and that's the problem Microsoft always has. It's like they want to be the tools. They want to be a cloud. They want to be more than this. These games are just stepping stones to get them to what they really want. They really don't want to entertain. They really don't want to make art. What they really want to do is find their Microsoft AI. That's why Satya can't shut his goddamn stuttering mouth about AI, because that's what he wants to throw into this shit. Cloud. They always have these terms, these things. And you'll see later when I go into the business updates of how each speak about their platform. And the Microsoft one is always these terms. And if you looked at any articles from the Wall Street Journal today, Microsoft now is in probably OpenAI now wants to possibly pull out, and calling them being, that Microsoft is doing some false, crazy shit. And this big deal that they made in 2019 that fluffed up all their AI and all their prowess could get pulled. OpenAI could pull the rug from underneath them. And Microsoft will be left there with their pants down. Because Microsoft sells a good deal of like, we'll do this. We're going to do this. We believe in this. We do this. And they get all the investors and everybody all fluffed up. But they never deliver. And then somebody comes and does it better. Oh, yeah. You didn't see what the thing? It's really not gaming oriented, but it's something, something that, just I could show you. Yeah. Like, yeah, here it is. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. So it's OpenAI and Microsoft talks have become so fraught that OpenAI executives discuss accusing Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior before federal regulators, the Wall Street Journal. So Microsoft doing shady shit and OpenAI doesn't want to do it, and Microsoft wants to buy all of OpenAI. This is Satya's big deal. This is the big money that they invested in this company. They want the rest of them, and OpenAI is like, that's shady shit. We want to be a partner. Well, there's some shit going down, and OpenAI could pull out entirely. They could sit there with their Copilot and wipe their ass with it. And other AIs will come along and be better. You could shove Copilot up on every goddamn keyboard. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I shared it out early if you want to see it on X. And then to compile on that Final Fantasy thing, dude, they were saying, like, and what's crazy is that they went on to the Final Fantasy stuff and made it look like that Xbox was going to save Final Fantasy, like exclusives are bad and all this other stuff. And, now's the time to show it, and nobody bought the game. CB3 with the 2, he goes, Jason Rollins a scam artist after what he pulled. Dude, that guy, he got promoted. These people that make mistakes, Booty and all of them. All 3 of them. They all get promoted by messing up. Know why? Because they're walking the corporate line. They're Satya's bosom buddies. And whatever Satya says, they do. So that's why he keeps them around and they get promoted. And look, you talked about the X being a problem. This is the Witcher 3 devs talking about the S.
So scaling up, but scaling down. We have an Xbox Series S out there, if you've ever heard of it. And you guys did scale,
what was the guy?
So scaling up, but scaling down. We have an Xbox Series S out there, if you've ever heard of it. And you guys did scale, I'd say, rather gracefully in CP2077 onto the Xbox Series S. Where do you take a demo like this and get it running on something with less memory and far less GPU resources?
Well, I wish like we did a lot of work already on that, but we did not. So this is something that is next on our radar for sure. I will be, well, again, maybe, but I will say that 60 FPS will definitely be extremely challenging on the Series S. Let's just say that this is something that we need to figure out. Like, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're not getting 60 frames on The Witcher Xbox Series S. There you go.
And CP2077 onto the Xbox Series S. Where do you take a demo like this?
Look at this.
And get it running on something with less
He's telling you right here, right now. We didn't even do it yet, but I'm telling you right now, 60 is going to be hard. It's not happening.
And far less GPU resources.
Well, I wish like we did a lot of work already on that, but we did not. So this is something that is next on our radar for sure. I will be, well, again, maybe, but I will say that 60 FPS will definitely be extremely challenging on the Series S.
There you go. Like I said, Microsoft, Xbox shit the bed in the console space. And while that thing is still stinking up the place and pissing off developers, they're focused on something else. They use the term, this is an Xbox, so they could get away from the shit that they did. It's crazy. It's like somebody took a huge shit of Series X and Series S, and that place is stinking up the place, but they're like, you know what? I'm going to talk about handhelds over here. Let that, let me go shit up somewhere else. Let me go bosom buddy with Asus. Asus, you're making something? Well, yeah, I want to shit up the place. What happened to cloud? It's still in beta. Anybody? Cloud? What happened to cloud? Cloud gaming. They're talking about it's native gaming now. It's all about native gaming. Cloud gaming was supposed to take over with 4G and 5G. Nobody knew what was going to happen. Now cloud gaming it's in beta. Like, devs are fighting for their lives here. You see Wukong. Oh, but it was a year Sony money had at them. Well, guess what? If Xbox was goddamn competent console, maybe Sony couldn't money hat them. But when the thing is trash and nobody's buying things on it, and the performance is horrible, and these devs are struggling, fighting for their lives for a low install base and an install base that's not buying games, that's a lot of time and money from these guys sitting on the couch right here to develop something for a dead brand console and install base. Like, I don't know why people act dumb, but like, you know this. If you are an Xbox fan, you know this. You knew the fight that they needed with the 360 to be relevant, to get games day and date from PlayStation on Xbox. You needed market share. You had to hit 10 million consoles by the first year in order to be part of the market. They came out first, so developers had their console first. They were the lead platform for development to guarantee them getting games the same time Sony got them. They needed that marketing leverage. They needed that install base. Just look at the Switch 1 with the Switch 2. The Switch 1 was carrying their own games, but because of the Wii U failure, the Switch nobody was throwing games at the Switch. Then indie games came, and then all of a sudden the install base blew up, and look what happened with the Switch 2. Now Nintendo just says, here's Mario Kart, and look, Cyberpunk at launch, Assassin's Creed or Hitman at launch. Look at all the support they got. You want to know why? Because they built the install base. And developers are like, oh shit, that's a lot of consoles out there. I will make a game for it. So, what are we doing? Like, they're talking about fixing Windows and the full Xbox experience, but they never fixed the box itself.
Where the box is in the name of our brand.
This guy's telling you right now, they haven't even done it yet. And he's saying, yes, 60 frames is going to be a challenge. I don't know. I thought the Series S was supposed to be a frame rate dip. Just a resolution drop. That's about it. Twisted Sin said, here is the link to Zuby tweet about Final Fantasy selling again on Amazon. Hold on. Let me see. Go to site. Oh, yeah. Final Fantasy Xbox release is boosting the PS5 version sales instead. My God, look at this. It is at what? 25 and 27. And then on top of all this stuff, with the Final Fantasy stuff, now Xbox is now taking their physical games that are $80 and they're not doing physical versions, but they're doing physical versions for the PS5. Like, it is a disaster. Like, every which way you go, they are just eradicating. I don't know how they're going to have a 25th anniversary celebration. I don't know. Are they just going to celebrate Phil Spencer? And who knows? I think he's done after next year's 25th anniversary. I think Phil leaves. I think he's done. I think that's going to be his going away party. Because I don't know what you're celebrating unless you go back to nostalgia and do your video again, talking about how Xbox needed Sony to fight. I don't know if you want to be posting that nowadays because it seems kind of crazy. But $80 Outer Worlds 2 is getting, like, you're getting a physical version on PlayStation and you're getting nothing. No physical copy. Their store presence. No, and that means no, like, special editions or anything. I don't know. But all I know is that multiple upcoming Xbox games don't have physical copies up for pre-order, even though the PlayStation does. When you go to the links, it says here, an affiliate, it says here, following the conclusion of Microsoft's big showcase, Outer Worlds 2, Gears of War Reloaded, and Ninja Gaiden 4 went live across digital storefronts like Best Buy. In the wake of the show, many noticed that none of the Xbox Series X and S of these games included physical copies unless the PlayStation did. Buying nearly any Xbox version of these titles will entire retail is simply emailing you a code of the game. And while their premium deluxe editions do come with a physical case, there's not an actual disc inside them. You're just given a code in the box.
Where the box is in the name of our brand.
But what's crazy is that this is not across all of them. This is just their brand, just their platform. PlayStation, they're giving them the discs. They're making physical copies for PlayStation. When PlayStation sells diskless PlayStations, just like Xbox does. PlayStation, the Xbox diskless ones. It just shows you the buying power that PlayStation and the PlayStation have. And it just shows you that Microsoft themselves are abandoning this thing. And they're hyping up PlayAnywhere because they don't want to do a disc. They want to give you that digital code. They don't want to waste a disc because they want to give you the whole PlayAnywhere. Because that's the new hype right now. What was cool in 2018 now is the new thing that's going to save them again. Hey, Phil. Why don't you tell us about this PlayAnywhere thing? Grinders, let's get some Phil Ness in here. But wait. Before we get to Phil Ness, we're talking about the physical editions. I got something to say here. Hold on, Grinders. We got something here. Where's our good friend the bootleg? I need to see something because he's out here defending this stuff. Where is he? Oh, shit. There he goes. He got community noted. Oh, shit. Bootleg came to Phil's defense. Physical discs very rarely have full game content on them these days. Mandatory updates, not enough space on the disc. They're basically just licensed discs you can resell. And then got community noted. The bootleg. It's not true. As you can see from Doesn't Play the Log, a vast majority of physical games on PlayStation doesn't require a download to be playable. It's not just a license on the disc, as he claims. This is journalists. Grinders, this is a journalist right here. Well, Grinders, hit that like button. I got something for this journalist. Whoa, whoa, what was that? Was that a new tune? Was that a new tune? Hold on. What did Bootleg say? Man, a bootleg jazz tune. Never thought it'll happen. Grinders. Bootleg in the house. Dude don't know when to quit. I know you work for Windows Central, but get a new job. Because you, just like it was just 4 games. And then we'll talk about the Xbox new hardware civil war, which I think is the next topic. Oh, man, I don't know if I can get through all these. But my goodness, bootleg in the house. Defending diskless Xboxes. Oh, man, third time. Man, that bootleg jazz. Not doing too hot. But he gets his sources from this bootleg. There he is. Phil Ness, hit us with the tunes.
Was the really front and center mentions of Xbox PlayAnywhere in that program. We mentioned earlier this year there's over 1,000 games that are Xbox PlayAnywhere. It's something that I avail myself of all the time. It's something that Final Fantasy 16, I'm going to be downloading it on my RGLIX and
You're one of the 22,000.
Playing it on the way home, so I love that. But I would like to just hear about the decision to make sure like that was front and center in front of every new game that that was shown in this showcase.
Yeah, we try to really be led by what the community is doing when they play. And more we're seeing people play the same game in kind of multiple locations and making sure that my progress always counts. It's one of the things Ken Lobb, who's one of our creative leaders in our studios, always hits, like, be respectful of every hour I spend in your game. It always should count. And like core to that is to make sure not only is my entitlement move with me between the different devices that I play on, but that my progress moves with me and my community moves with me wherever I go. As you said, we started this a long time ago, really led with our first party. But one of the things I'm really proud of when I watch the show is how much third-party support we're getting for PlayAnywhere. And it's really because those creators are seeing that, what is it now, like 28% growth in players playing multiple devices, our games year over year, that is a way of, if your game is more accessible to more people, they're going to play it more often. If they play it more often, they're going to enjoy it. And that really works. It doesn't mean everybody has to do it, but meaning the players don't, if you only want to play on console, you only want to play on your PC or your handheld, awesome. But when you decide to move, I want Xbox as a platform to make that seamless and delightful.
So let's
all right. Welcome, Michael Johnson, to the Grindhouse. Thank you for subscribing. By the way, subscribe here at the Gaming Grindhouse. We're on our way to 3,100. My goodness. We have 250 people in here. Hit that like button, please. Grinders, did you hear this? Two things of Phil Ness in here. I guess Final Fantasy 16 being on more devices and more people on PlayAnywhere mounts up to 22,000 sales in the first week. Man, oh man. Muster up those sales, Phil. Muster up those sales. My goodness, my goodness. But he said some two key terms in here, Grinders. Phil has changed, man. I don't know what's going on. I'm telling you, he's going to probably retire next year.
Not only is my...
But you hear what he says about this PlayAnywhere thing. First off, it's old. I got something.
And making sure that my progress always counts. It's one of the...
You know what's incredible? What he says here.
People play this.
That was shown in the showcase.
Hear what he says here.
Yeah, we try to really be led by what the community is doing when they play. And more we're seeing people play the same game in kind of multiple locations.
We're seeing people play the same game in multiple locations. So we want to do PlayAnywhere. Let me tell you something. They tried this before, back when he was talking about the initial thing. I showed you the PlayStation Portal. We don't need licensing deals. We don't need first-party games. Your games go with you with the portal, where you go. Your progress goes with you. Your trophies go with you. Your save states go with you. It doesn't have to be programmed. It doesn't have to be a license. It doesn't have to be a deal. It doesn't have to be something where third party needs to support it. And people could take their games and go. Xbox has the same thing. It's Xbox Remote Play. There is no problem that needs to be solved here. If people really want to play in other places, Xbox Remote Play and PlayStation Portals are the answers to those people. There is no, they don't need to make a deal with Square Enix to get the save states, and then some games do it, some games don't. 1,000 games over 8 years, 1,000 games. 90% of them are bootleg mobile games. There isn't no deal. We don't need to. They always are trying to chase developer support for this shit, and you don't need to, because the solution is there. If people want to play in other places, there are options for them right now. There is remote play. If they want their games to go with them, I don't think you make any games that people really want to play on the go. They probably don't even want to play it in front of their console. 22,000 people. They can't wait to play Final Fantasy taking a shit? No, they don't. So this is all just a Microsoft initiative, and they're trying to convince you, the gamer, that you, just like that Sarah Bond, when the guy's like, I play on console. She's like, no, but you play other places, right? You do other thing. He's like, no, I'm a console player. I can't play. No. Like Sarah. Shut up. It's like, Sarah, really? Did you remember that? Sarah Bond. Oui. Where was Sarah Bond in this thing? Where was you? He's like, I play on console. No, but you do other places, right? You like, what are you trying to impose upon this man? The guy told you he plays on the console, but no. You play other places. No, you want me to play other places. I don't want to. But you and your Microsoft goddamn sicko group wants me to be something else that I'm not. And that's the problem I've always had with them. Is they're trying to make something out of nothing. There is no, that's why they fail. That's why they suck, because they're trying to create something there's no need for. Nobody wants it. Nobody needs it. They're there trying to, but no. You play on phone. Yeah, but I don't play, I play different games on different devices. They said it under oath. People don't want to play Gears on a 7-inch screen. Phil said that's why Cloud never did anything, because people don't want to play that on a screen. On a 7-inch screen, they want to play Panda Pop. They want to play a mobile game on their phone. They don't want to play Gears on their phone. Gears is for when I come home and I'm in front of my TV with my headphones, and that's when I play Gears. But no, you want to play Gears while you're taking a dump. It's like, no, I don't. Really, I don't want to. Yeah, you do. Here he is. Here she is. Look, here she is.
Fidelity of the experience.
Look.
that you can choose how you want to play, where you want to play, the fidelity of the experience that's available to you, but it meets you where you are.
Yeah, and as growing up, I mean, yeah, I was a console gamer. And,
Yeah.
you know, I did.
You're not anymore,
I had to
though,
wait
right?
for that load time.
You're not anymore,
I had to
though,
wait
right?
for that. And I have an Xbox. So, yeah,
No,
there
but
we go.
but you play in other
I play on
places.
everything, yeah, I play on-
Exactly.
play on-
See? What are you trying to impose? The guy's touting your line. He has an Xbox. He plays on the console. Sarah Bond, you sell a console. 2 of them, in effect. Why are you telling this man that he plays other places? You have to do some sort of goddamn inception to his ass.
I had to wait for that console gamer.
He's a console gamer. End of story. We're done. Oh, no. We gotta impose some shit on you.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I did.
You're not anymore,
I had
though,
to
right?
wait for that load time.
You're not anymore,
I had
though,
to-
right?
Why? Interrupting the man. I'm a console gamer. You have a console. Deal done. Move on. But you have to interrupt him and have him say, not anymore. You're not that anymore, right? Because that's what we want to say. Just like Phil said, the data show people want to you're convoluting this shit.
You know, I did.
You're not anymore,
I had
though,
to
right?
wait for that load time.
You're not-
I mean, yeah, I was a console gamer. And,
Yeah.
You know, I did.
You're not anymore,
I had to
though,
wait
right?
for that load time.
You're not anymore,
I had to
though,
wait
right?
for that. And I have an Xbox. So, yeah.
That's it. He has an Xbox, so he already plugged your brand, but she continues.
No,
There
but
we go.
but you play in other
I play on
places.
everything, yeah, I play on-
Exactly.
play on-
That you can choose.
Sarah. Please, Sarah. Not like this.
Oh, Sarah at Xbox, what's the plan now? No console needed, tell us how. Hardware sales drop, what's the new game? Who thought of this? Who's to blame? Oh, Sarah, innovate, don't stop. Oh, Sarah, beyond hardware shops. Streams in the cloud, no wires to tie. Games on the go, reach the sky. Old ways are fading, tech keeps changing. No more waiting, future rearranging. Digital landscapes.
We launched Game Pass. Some people freaked out. They were worried it was going to destroy sales, make it impossible for developers to make money, devalue games. We launched Game Pass. Some people freaked out. They were worried it was going to destroy sales,
Oh,
make it
Sarah
impossible for
at
developers to make money,
Xbox, what's the plan now? No console needed, tell us how.
That you can choose how you want to play, where you want to play, the fidelity of the experience that's available to you, but it meets you where you are.
Yeah, and as growing up, I mean, yeah, I was a console gamer. And,
Yeah.
You know, I did.
You're not anymore,
I had to
though,
wait
right?
for that load time.
You're not anymore,
I had
though,
to wait
right?
for that. And
Yeah, because you're gonna love that we put a button on a ROG. But you see the what they're doing.
And more we're seeing people play the same game in kind of multiple locations, and making sure that my progress always counts. It's one of the things Ken Lobb, who's one of our creative leaders in our studios, always hits, like, be respectful of every hour I spend in your game. It always should count. And like core to that is to make sure not only is my entitlement move with me between the different devices that I play on, but that my progress moves with me.
It's called Xbox Play. It's called Xbox Remote Play. It's called the PlayStation Portal. Problem solved, Phil. You're done. Go make some goddamn games. Stop dealing with all this bullshit and buy-in and all this other stuff and just go make some great games that people want to play while they're taking a shit. But you're working on all this back-end infrastructure and save states and all this shit, wasting time when the solution is there already. It's called remote play. Oh, you even have a cloud service that offers this as well. You were touting this 6 years ago was going to save the day. Oh, that didn't work out. So now we're back to playing games on the go. And now we need, oh, please. And it's such a small group that wants to play on the go. People are happy with the portal. People are happy if you just made an Xbox portal and called it a day. It's the games that keep people wanting to play. It's the fact that I leave my PlayStation at the TV and go, I want to play Astrobot right now, but I can't get to my TV. But I want to play it. Where are your games like that? Are people clamoring to say, I got to go back to Avowed? I got to go back. People, that thing was a shit in the wind. South of Midnight it's on my mind. Is it? Are you making those games that people must always want to be there? You're not. Hence the problem of why people really don't want to play your games on the go. They don't even buy them. And with Xbox Game Pass, PlayAnywhere was already there. This is such a nothing burger that Phil Spencer. Why don't we hear him 8 years ago, Grinders? We had to have a dose of Phil Ness before we moved in. We had to have a dose of Phil Ness. Phil, tell us about PlayStation 8 years ago.
Focused on,
Let's hear him. Let's hear him, Grinders.
On what we're trying to do in meeting the high demands of the customers that we have. And I think we were an underdog in the eyes of our customers, not in the context of what PlayStation was doing.
Really?
The biggest down.
They were underdogs in the eyes of the customers, but not what PlayStation was doing. Wow. Phil Spencer. Goodness. Let's hear some more. But now we played Gears on PlayStation over the weekend.
Counter for me after the launch of the Xbox One was people I had known from 360 generation who'd kind of bleed green at the core, saying, why are you guys doing that? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel like the team that I know. And that whole sentiment in the last couple of years is the thing I'm kind of most proud of that the team's been able to achieve, because now those same people come back and are surprised and delighted by the things that are happening that the team is delivering on. Now, I think Sony's done a really nice job with the PlayStation 4, and they've received, obviously, great market acceptance of their product. But I actually don't see it as a zero-sum game between the work that they do and the work that we do. I think both companies can be successful. The best kind of thing that I think came out of that is the listening systems, if you want to call them that we have in place now, so that we get direct, immediate feedback through things like the preview program, from user voice on Xbox.com, so we can tell us exactly what they want. We're just much more socially and customer focused now.
And particularly with the...
Wow. So the thing that drove him wasn't what Sony was doing, but was what the fans that bleed green told him, Phil, why are you doing this? So what happened to those fans now? When they're like, Phil, why are you slapping an Xbox button on a PC and calling it an Xbox? Why are you calling my toilet bowl an Xbox? Why are you putting our games that you built all these years and bleed green on our competing platform? You listened. That's what drove you, not what Sony was doing. I'll hear it again.
We were an underdog in the eyes of our customers, not in the context of what PlayStation was doing. The biggest downer for me after the launch of the Xbox One was people I had known from 360 generation who'd kind of bleed green at the core, saying, why are you guys doing that? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't feel like the team that I know. And that whole sentiment in the last couple of years is the thing I'm kind of most proud of that the team.
So he fed into what the fans wanted. That's why he's Phil Nessmouse. But just to finish on what the fans wanted, let's hear what Phil had to say about PlayAnywhere. Because that's where this revolutionary program.
Absolutely right. When you start off with an idea like Xbox PlayAnywhere, and I sit down with the team and say, hey, I think we should entitle people to play the games on Xbox or Windows. They just buy the game once and they can play. You know, some of the more business-oriented people say, well, we're giving away a game for free. Yeah. And you kind of pick that apart and say, really? Do we really think we have people that buy our game twice?
Really? Really? Do people, Phil, they're not even buying your game once. Oh, shit.
I have an exciting life now. Breakfast to go. You're going to love my nuts. Watch this.
They're not even buying the game once. You're worried about them buying them twice. Oh, shit, Phil. Phil, get a room.
For free. Yeah. And you kind of pick that apart and say, really? Do we really think we have people that buy our game twice? As a service-based game, which almost all of ours are now with the online.
Whoa. Oh, yeah, I remember this. This is when Phil was on his kick about multiplayer games. Oh, there's a Phil Ness face. Phil was on his kick about multiplayer games and service games, and single player games didn't have the impact that they used to. Remember that, Phil Ness? He was away from single player games because it was all about, hear what he has to say.
Twice. As a service-based game, which almost all of ours are now with the online community that exists afterwards, do we really think it's a great thing to have these kind of separate communities by device that people play on? I'd say the acquisition of Minecraft was pretty enlightening as well, because we know that people play Minecraft across so many devices, and we're trying to link those communities together. It's great right now, because I think in the next 6 months or so, we're coming up on almost 20 XBA games that will probably come out. I mean, the number will go up and down. And those aren't all first party. Like, we're starting to see, the indies are actually the most excited.
Yeah, totally.
The third parties are going to watch and say, okay, did it help or hurt Forza? Did it help or hurt Gears? And we'll have to be transparent with them about what we think. We don't have a clean A/B test to say, okay, this is what it would have done without or with.
But Phil, don't you think you need that for third party? My goodness, 8 years ago, they had 26 games. 8 years later, they got 1,000. And he's like, we don't have the third party is going to watch and learn. We don't have an exact A/B. Well, don't you think you need an exact A/B test to be transparent and let them know how it's going? It's like, we're not going to have a test, but I'm going to tell you how we're doing. Oh, well, don't you think you need to have one within and one, like, don't maybe try some games in, some games out, see what they do? We don't have an exact A/B. Well, don't you think you need one? I wouldn't think you would need one for a sales pitch.
The third parties are going to watch and say, okay, did it help or hurt Forza? Did it help or hurt Gears? And we'll have to be transparent with them about what we think. We don't have a clean A/B test to say, okay, this is what it would have done without or with. But it's really great to see the indies embracing, which will be strong. And our first party, I'm extremely committed to it because I think it's the right thing for the customer.
You also spoke about the idea of upgradable consoles or iterative.
Oh, he spoke about everything. But there you go, Grinders. There's some Phil Ness for you. Incredible. So, there he goes with this whole thing. And you think, looking at Final Fantasy 16, 22,000, A/B test, did it help or hurt? Did it help or hurt? Third party's going to watch. I think third party's doing it now because I think Xbox has such a low install base, and even their Windows Store has such low impact that I think a lot of these devs are just like, yeah, sure, whatever, Microsoft, I'll put that shit in there because that's the only way that my game would even permeate, by being a PlayAnywhere or being in Game Pass, because I think their install base and their store is so limited right now that the only way to gain clout on an Xbox is either to be on Game Pass or an Xbox PlayAnywhere. Like, you have to be part of that program in order to get anything, because the expectation of these freeloading people that Xbox created was like, it better be in Game Pass and I better have it on my PC when I get one. It's like, okay. Third party watched. And yeah, that's why you have Google Gaga games, and now you got it because you're so I think they're so low right now. Like, really, like, if you just release a game and you're not in any part of that program, any part of that stuff, like, do you think that you're going to be the lowest anywhere? Like, I really think they're so insignificant right now in that install base and in their purchasing power and in their brand power that really you just got to throw your shit in there and see what happens. Like, yeah, put it in Game Pass, put it in PlayAnywhere, and got 22,000 people. There you go. Final Fantasy 16, there you go. Take it. Square's not, Granddaddy Pop. Square's not even going to talk about Final Fantasy anymore. They said what they said. Please. Final Fantasy 16, they're done. Are we disappointed? What did they think they were going to do? They weren't going to sell a lot. They weren't going to sell. Like, what are they going to do? Look at the port, man. The port is ass. Like, I wouldn't buy it on Xbox. Look how bad it is. That's a hardware issue, too. Like, there's so many issues. The hardware, it's not like the best version. Because, again, like I said, we will make fun of 22,000. Like, oh, they didn't impact it and stuff. And you could take that route, right? And then say, like, oh, the people that clamored saying this, they didn't buy it. But then look at digital. Look at the comparison. Would you buy it? I wouldn't. That is the worst version of the game. And probably you could get Final Fantasy 16 on sale now on the other platforms, such as Steam and PlayStation. So really, you would be foolish for buying it on Xbox, especially if you just want to make a point. So yeah, 22,000. I don't blame them for not buying it either. Look what they got. There's a problem with the hardware. There's a problem with the ports. There's a problem with the S. There's a problem with their console that they refuse to address. They needed a mid-gen refresh. They needed a redo. They needed something, especially with the, like I said, last year, the Switch 2, the PlayStation 5 Pro. How's Xbox even going to hold up to hardware console news? By what? Slapping a button on a $1,000 ROG Ally coming out in October? No, later this year? Like, really? When there's all handheld PCs now that do the same thing? That you're going to put that Xbox full experience on those anyway. So there's no uniqueness to that device. It just has an extra button on it. And some handles. That's right, Leech. Their problem, they created a problem. Yo. I know, Lucci said check the DMs. They're calling Final Fantasy trash. They're going to. They just gave them all the excuses in the book, dude. Where's my DMs? Oh no, they're going live too. What is Google Gaga saying?
Much talking. It is insane. I can't get through it.
What is he doing?
I can't get through it because it's just too much talking. It is just too much talking. It is insane. The amount of, like, you literally take, remember I was talking about this like a month ago, and I'm like, I can't finish this effing game. I'm like, I take 8 steps. And it's another 20 minutes of cutscenes. And then I literally take 8 steps, I kill a bird, and then it's another like 30 minutes of cutscenes. And I'm like, oh my God.
Is it like this, Mag?
Let me play the game. Yeah.
Yo, Cody with the Puppet Master.
Here's Final Fantasies. Here's Final Fantasies like cutscenes in a nutshell. You're like,
so now they don't like the game. You know what, man? Hey, wow. like I said, I was just saying it was a bad version of the game, but like it's just like, oh my goodness, oh. It's never gonna win. Like I just saw the same thing with Wukong when they announced the Wukong coming over to Xbox. They're like, I'm not buying Wukong. You skipped us. Like, okay, like you're gonna get skipped. You're gonna keep getting skipped. Like I'm just, the thing is that I speechless, dude. Props to Cole Potato talking this shit. They got Cole. I gotta go. Where is he? He was doing his
on their little goo goo gaga.
Goo goo gagas. They got goo goo gagas on there. But I say, like, when it was announced, they were going crazy. People were going crazy. Like, see, Sony, you shouldn't do exclusives and all that other stuff. And Square, you need to do better than that. Tell them, Satya.
We are redefining what it means to be an Xbox fan.
I have played the new Xbox handheld created in partnership with Asus.
It's called the Xbox ROG Ally X. It has Steam installed, and yes, just to be sure, I was able to access my library and install Marvel's Spider-Man, specifically Miles Morales.
We manifested this! Holy moly! Wow, this is real! Natively from the cloud?
What the hell? The guy's voice broke. Natively from the what?
From the cloud? Natively from the cloud? Natively from the cloud?
Dude's balls dropped when he saw that.
Guys, look at that Xbox button right there. Samsung! There it is again.
Dude,
This is a strategy Xbox implements going forward. It could be the first domino to fall in a new era of gaming that tears down the barriers of competition, and the handheld was pretty damn fun to play too. Gaming
Grinders, what did I just show you about an hour ago? What is this? Did I just show you this on the thing that I got right here?
Forward, it could
Did I just show you this on the thing that I got right here?
be the first domino to fall in a new era of gaming that tears down the barriers of competition, and the handheld was pretty damn fun.
Dusty been said, why did he leave? A yen to cap for Xbox and B-Glaze, and now he is out buying PS5 Pro. Time to make the cookies.
Fun to play too.
Do you find
Whatever your name is, get ready for the big surprise.
Welcome, Nate Dog, to the Grindhouse. That's how we got a dog in the Grindhouse. Let's get him in there. Where is he? Nate Dog's here. We got Nate Dog subscribing. Thank you. Hit that subscribe button, Grind. On the way to 3,100. Now we're gonna go over. We just saw how everything is raw, and we're gonna we just saw how Xbox just made everything friggin' raw.
This is fucking raw! Shit! Raw!
Now we're gonna go do some cooking.
It's raw. Fucking raw. They look raw! Raw, Carol! Fucking raw! Raw! Fuck off. And by the way, it's raw.
Yo, we just went over there. We just saw all the raw deal. Oh, by the way, this game was an Xbox exclusive. By the way, remember this? I just saw this come across my feed, Grinders. Remember this game? There was no PlayStation version of this game. Remember this game? They're like, guys, we got an exclusive in Game Pass. Oh shit! Not this.
Space
Marine Mastercrafted. The dev's parents.
It's raw. Fucking raw. They look raw. Raw, Carol. Fucking raw. Raw. Fuck off. And by the way, it's raw.
Oh man, remember that? They were touting that as an exclusive. Like, wow, Space Marine, the first one, dude. It's not on PlayStation. It didn't. Oh man. No. There you go. Enjoy. Like I said, must play, must nothing. There you go. Oh man. Where's our good friends here? There we are.
Xbox can't compete as they are getting washed in console, crushed in cloud, and now smashed with PC handhelds. Oh no, they suck again. They suck again.
It is a real picture, Grinders. Booty having the time of his life right now, man. I never saw dudes like, yo, we're missing somebody. I need to get him in there. There we go. There's your leadership. There they are. Oh, shit. There he is. Booty look like he's like, wait, what do I win?
They suck again.
This is a real picture. This is not, that thumbnail's not made thumbnail. This is a real picture. This is what they had. Dude, they spent like 15 minutes on fishing in Fallout 76. They didn't even have the game there. They just had this section over there with fishing. Yo. Though that's the executive team over there. But you're not really a console player. Now, after you watch the Three Stooges, get ready. You want to see some cooking. You want to see cooking. You want to see the chef of the future. You want to see somebody who comes in there, like I said before, when this man right here, who discovered fishing with a plastic rod, that my 2-year-old does at carnivals, when this guy walks into your studio and says, excuse me, is the game ready? They go, get your trash finger out of here, Mr. Booty. Get out of here. This guy is having the time of his life with a little plastic rod and a plastic fish. Let me go show you what the other guy's doing. Let me show you what the other guy's doing. Look at this. Let me show you what this guy's doing. Look at this.
The potential of our gaming franchises.
This is the other guy.
Areas of growth.
Holy shit.
Beyond.
Look at this. The buttons. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Buttons undone. He's back. He's back. Look at this guy. When he walks in the studio, fucking ass cheeks. He fucking pucker up. Holy shit, fucking Herman's here. Fucking Herman.
Be French or something because of your accent.
What accent?
Herman walks into the studios.
Gaming.
Look at him. He walks into the fucking studio. He goes like this. The fuck's that Concord shit?
What are you, the ballet teacher or what?
Yeah, I'm dancing, yeah. Also some karate.
Karate, yeah?
Yeah, can you show me one of your special kicks?
You want to see one of my kicks?
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah?
Oh, shit. Fucking Herman beat his ass. Holy shit. Herman beat his ass. Oh, shit.
Great ass!
Now, when he fucking walks in the studios, fucking ass cheeks pucker up. Where's the fucking guy? When he, how's Perfect Doc? They go, get the fuck out. They go, Booty, get the fuck out of here. And Booty walks in. They're like, Booty, like, guys, how's Perfect Doc? How's the coffee? Booty, get the fuck out of here, you clown motherfucker. Get out of here. This fucking guy comes in and is like, oh shit. Oh shit, everybody get to your desks. He's off the fucking yacht. Oh shit, Truist and J Havoc with the 5. He goes, something tells me they aren't getting Rebirth. Laughed my ass off. They said, what, blaming Final Fantasy 16? Bunch of talk and no action. 22,000? Sad. Yo, then they Rebirth. They're gonna get Rebirth. That won't sell either. That won't sell either. They'll complain saying, we want the second one too. We want the other one. But anyway, I don't know. They don't buy those games, true? Like, they don't buy them. They complained about it because it was a bullet point for their shows and their tweets. But now that it's there, they don't really give a shit. They don't care. Well, let's see what the Hermanator has to say. Because we always know. Let me preface this. Let me preface this Hermanator. We know what Herman, ready? Well, we need the grinders. We know what we do with Sony. When they talk business, we know we got to preface everything that Sony says because we don't have no PlayStation glaze over here.
PlayStation glaze.
There's no glaze here. We know what Sony's doing with all that shit, so we got to make sure we keep them. Hold on. Service games, Herman.
You gon' learn the hard way. Hickoriness, better watch out when you fly too close to the sun. Just ask Phil, he got permanent tan lines on his ass.
Sony FAFO. All right, let's see what you got to say, Hermanator.
Across all of this is a strong focus on efficiency and reliability in our development and delivery processes.
Quality.
PlayStation Studios is a global network of exceptional teams across North America, Europe, and Japan.
Let's see what they got here. They got Insomniac have single player. So Sony had their business meeting. They had a bunch of slides, which they're going over here. And then they also had a sit-down fireside chat, which with the executives there, which typically you don't really do. And asked them a couple of questions. So we're going to be covering this thing and seeing what's going on. Actually, for the numbers, we'll see. Yeah, what's up, William Aguilar? Yeah, we'll go through some of the highlights. I know I had your thread here, so we could go over that. But I just wanted to get some of the words from the horse's mouth and let them hear what they got to say and then hear what they do. So this is what his chart says over here. We got single play. Hit the like button, fine grinders. Then we find out about Sony FAFO and see what they're cooking. They're not fishing though. We'll see what's going on. Single, you got Insomniac, Housemarque, Asobi, Naughty Dog, Sucker Punch, Santa Monica, and Fire Sprite. Fire Sprite over there. Then we got the live services. Well, they got rid of half of the goddamn live services. Now they got the 4. They got Bungie over there. They got Team LFG, which was a offshoot of Bungie. Haven, which I don't know how they're still there. And San Diego Studios, which makes the show. Evolving multi-genre. Dark Outlaw. I remember. Media Molecule, what they doing? Bluepoint. So he doesn't have Bluepoint over in live service. Gorilla. Evolving multi-genre. I don't know what the hell that shit is. Ben Studios over there too, and Polyphony Digital. And then we have co-develop support Nixus and Valkyrie. Those are the ones that make the PC ports. And then the XDev, which basically was the last show, which was all those deals that they were making with the Marvel game. That's an XDev game. See, that's an interesting thing. Like, that's their XDev publishing. That's not from their other, the other wheelhouse. That's like their other thing. And this is their slides, Captain Polite. So let's see if he talks about that evolving stuff, because it sounds like Ben Studio and Bluepoint are over there. So they might be ones that's still trying to figure it out. I don't know.
Each studio specializes in delivering category-defining content for our players. We continue to refine and develop this portfolio to achieve our strategic goals, and recently announced the formation of 2 new studios, Dark Outlaw Games and Team LFG, further illustrating our commitment to innovation and growth.
Swagbag says it's single-player games with online. Oh, so it's single-player and multiplayer games, David? Thank you. Thank you. That's why the Grindhouse rocks. They make sure of that. So that's like a combo. Okay. This is my favorite slide, this one.
Our single-player titles consistently deliver world-class narrative experiences that resonate with millions of players around the world. These are our core strength, providing a base of recurring revenue through consistent annual releases. We've proven this year over year with our tentpole releases and are continuing to do so with our pipeline of upcoming titles. Ghost of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 on the Beach in fiscal year 25, and future releases of Intergalactic: The Erratic Prophet and Marvel's Wolverine.
I like they got Wolverine at the Galactic. If they're looking at those next years or something like that, we'll see. I don't know if Wolverine comes out next year. We'll see. Maybe they have something cooking later on this year to announce after Yotei comes out. But it's interesting that they have that one, not Saros. But anyway.
I'd like to spotlight...
But that's one thing, Wild Wolf. Just think, Wolverine, when that comes out, dude. And also, too, one thing I wanted to point out, look at this. We're going back to fiscal year 21 with Horizon, and this is not even all of them. Like, there was other games. There was Returnal. There was the whole launch of PlayStation 5 that he's not even having on here. With Miles Morales, with Ghost of Tsushima and Last of Us. I know Last of Us Part 2. Returnal. Ratchet and Clank. Not even a tentpole. But I'm saying there's other games on here. But just look at this. Look at this. This is years. This is 2000. For people to go like, oh, we haven't done it. Like, look at this. Like, that's pretty crazy output. Just single player. And that doesn't all the other games. And the partnerships. The Final Fantasy 16. The Final Fantasy 7. All those, like, all these games that they've had in between this stuff. Like, those other partnerships that they had. These second party deals. It's pretty crazy. Saros is not a tentpole either. You know, we didn't even see it yet. I want to see if it's a tentpole. But he's not up to Herman quality standards. But this is pretty damn crazy. This is not just all like, hey, we all did this last year. They're going back pretty damn far. Helldivers 2 is not on there. That's what I mean. Just this by itself is cooking. We know the other games that they've been putting out. Like, it's been something. They got a strategy.
And Death Stranding 2 on the beach in fiscal year 25, and future releases of Intergalactic: The Erratic Prophet and Marvel's Wolverine. I'd like to spotlight one of our most exciting recent successes, and one of our most anticipated upcoming titles. Released last fall and created by Team Asobi, Astrobot was a smash hit, achieving universal acclaim among players and critics and sweeping industry award shows. Players of all ages platformed through a rich world inspired by PlayStation's storied history as they saved over 300 bots across the universe. Looking forward...
You are smiling about that shit. He's like, they saved 300 bots. I was like, oh shit.
Ghost Coyote, the latest installment in Sucker Punch's flagship Ghost franchise, will bring players to the wild and beautiful plains of Hokkaido this October. This title is expected to build on the success of its predecessor, Ghost of Tsushima, which sold over 13 million copies and captured the imagination of players around the world. We also remain committed to building a diverse and resilient
still wants a cook, FAFO!
MLB The Show, Destiny 2 and Helldivers 2 have established enduring player communities and provide a strong base for our ambitions in this category. We are building on these successes, leveraging key learnings as we look to the future to further refine our capabilities.
Yeah, Fair Games looks like it's getting put. It's out there. Keep push it out, Herman.
We look forward to further showcasing our progress with Marathon, our new title from Bungie. With all of these titles, we are engaging players year after year, providing ongoing content and experiences, creating a recurring base of revenue, and further fortifying our business for the future. I'd like to spotlight two examples of our live services strategy in action. Helldivers 2 from Arrowhead Game Studios has been a resounding critical and commercial success.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's just lightning in a bottle there.
Industry awards, the game has sustained a healthy community of engaged players over a year post-launch, with the majority of these players on PC. The December Omens of Tyranny update further evidences our ongoing commitment to driving the game's success and delighting players for years to come. We are also very excited for Bungie's upcoming title, Marathon, an innovative and bold take on the extraction shooter genre. We expect...
He's like, excuse me for a second. I need to go over to Bungie right now. Hold on a second.
What are you, the ballet teacher or what?
Yeah, I'm dancing, yeah. Also some karate.
Karate, yeah?
Yeah, can you show me one of your special kicks?
You want to see one of my kicks?
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah?
Oh shit! He's knocked out the Bungie fucking the Bungie president. Oh shit, man. Okay, now back to Herman. I just had to take care of that business over at Bungie. Now I'm back to business here. Let me come back to finish my presentation.
Expect to build on the success of these titles and further grow our capabilities in live services. Finally, let's turn to our third pillar, franchise and IP expansion. We have a long and proud history of not only creating iconic games, but also growing these into iconic game franchises with enduring fan bases. Each of these franchises has over 2 billion hours of engagement each over their lifetime. This track record speaks to our commitment to cultivating franchises through thoughtful release cadences that meet player demand while also fostering longevity. But we also remain committed to investing in new IP and believe that our pipeline of new and emerging IP has the potential to graduate into similarly enduring and resonant franchises.
Now the smoke's getting blown up our ass, Herman. New IP. Get those games off this slide. Fair Games is fair gone, and Marathon, Bungie, they need a drop kick. You need to put on here Saros and Intergalactic. Get those two off. Saros and Intergalactic goes there, not Marathon and Fair Games. I don't like that I'm seeing Marathon and fucking Fair Games here. We haven't seen shit about that game. Herman! Herman!
You French or something because of your accent.
What accent?
Very come down to this. A bump in the road comes, and she's be sarcastic. I won't be coming back until Saturday when you leave. She's gonna try to stop me, but she can't run in those little high heels. Never see this face again.
Investing in new IP, and believe that our pipeline of new and emerging IP has the potential to graduate into similarly enduring and resonant.
Bullshit, Herman. Herman, Herman Ness. We discovered the Herman Ness. Yo, Herman, you drunk. You're telling me that Marathon and Fair Games, look at the legacy of these other franchises. Phil, I'm calling him Phil. Herman, holy shit. Herman. Let's talk it out here. Let's talk it out. You think Fair Games is going to have a legacy of Uncharted? Herman. You were better off putting the Saros in there, or putting another. But Marathon and Fair Games having the legacy of God of War, the show, and you better be the others in development, Herman. You better you got a little wild here, Herman. I don't know, Herman. You better. Oh man, that boy smoking my ass.
We also remain committed to investing in new IP, and believe that our pipeline of new and emerging IP has the potential to graduate into similarly enduring and resonant franchises. Ensuring our franchises.
Oh no, I'm not talking about movies. Herman, this is gaming. We're not talking about your movies.
True to the stories, the worlds, the characters of our games. With Season 2 premiere.
All right, we're not talking about movies.
Ensures only single player.
I think Herman has said enough to know he said too much. All right, thank you, Herman. Thank you, Herman. Now, let's hear the fireside. Let's hear. Well, there's a lot of other IP that he could probably lean back on, but he's not going to want to talk about. I don't know what he saw over there. Let's go to that main question. I liked it. This one kind of stood out to me. The fireside chat.
Many investors are speculating that Microsoft is moving away from the console. If that's true, is that good or bad for PlayStation?
Now, before Sony responds to this question, this fireside chat, one of the things that I think needs to be pointed out.
Committed owner as required.
So the gist of this thing is about like their commitment to the games, to the platforms and stuff like that. This question here, one of the things that stood out to me from this question is investors are saying that Microsoft is leaving the console space. Investors are saying. So, is it true that the businesses or the investors and stuff like that are really looking into Microsoft's strategy of this as an Xbox as an exit? Obviously it is. But what's interesting is that investors are saying that. This is not like, hey, let me just ask you a question. Microsoft's doing this stuff. What do you think about it? No, it's like investors are saying Microsoft is leaving. What do you think? And if that's the word in the business world, like, that's pretty telling. That's what I thought was interesting, was that they led with that question and the saying about investors are saying that Microsoft is leaving that. What does that mean to you? And it's such a weird question. It's such a weird question because, they really don't do this. But if it's something, I just think that it's pretty crazy that when they do this, this was one of the questions that they asked. Because it's really like, they're leaving. Like, what? Like, who would ever? I don't think they were ever asked about Dreamcast. Like, really, it is crazy that this question is a question on their financial update. I just thought it was pretty crazy. Like, it's sort of like, oh yeah, everybody, hey, where have you been? They're leaving. They're gone. And the next segment, we'll talk about like the whole battle, what the next Xbox would be. But it's pretty crazy that this came up on their question. Let's see what they had to say.
You raised the price of the PlayStation Plus
for us to pivot, but we will continue to monitor our overall game
for PlayStation.
So access mode change.
Many investors are speculating that Microsoft is moving away from the console. If that's true, is that good or bad for PlayStation?
So we think that competition in the business is healthy and then pushes us to innovate. There are multiple participants who together drive the overall game industry. And while there are new engagement models being explored, we ultimately think this is a good thing. However, as I mentioned earlier, we are confident and committed on our current strategy. And there isn't an urgent need for us to pivot, but we will continue to monitor play patterns and invest appropriately as required. And there isn't an...
That's pretty crazy. So it's like, it's good. Well, it's good for him because he's getting the games. He's like, this is good for us. But then he goes and says, well, we're not changing anything and we'll just observe. But we're not doing that. They're leaving, but we're not. You know, we're not pivoting. He's like, we're not pivoting. So he don't go like, oh, what they're doing is that's foreshadow. That's what it's something that we would like to do in the future. No. He's like, they're crazy. Let them do that shit. That's good for them, but it's good for us because we got their games in this whole thing.
Ultimately think this is a good thing. However, as I mentioned earlier,
we are
confident.
That's one less box next to them.
Where that box is in the name of our brand.
That means that, see, they're going to swoop in, especially now with the Xbox franchise games that people remember, and they're over here on PlayStation. The thing is that they know that Xbox is going to leave. If they're this venture of this as an Xbox, they're trying to move people. That's why that PlayAnywhere thing is a thing, because they're trying to convince, like, oh no, you play on other things. You play because they want you to off the box. They want you off that thing. That's what Phil said at the end of that PlayAnywhere thing, was like, hey, when we're done, like when you leave, we want to be there. Like he knows he's ready to pull the rug out from the console hardware and what Xbox is. And when they pull it out, they're hoping they could catch some people on handhelds. They could catch them on PCs. If we get them now thinking outside of the box, then we could try to save some of this business. Sony knows that that's going to leave a hole because people don't want to leave a fixed hardware platform for their TV, a console, and go into the world of handheld low settings on a 1080p 7-inch screen, nor go invest in a PC to play their games. They'll get a PC, but they are trying to make sure that you think outside. And a lot of gamers, as you know, are stubborn. They want to play where they want to play and don't want to be told where to go. And Sony knows that if they just hold on. When Xbox pulls that rug, they'll swoop right in and get that hole. If you want to talk about it with Death Stranding 2 coming out, like a Fallout, like when you have a dead body and you don't bury it or whatever like that, it does what do they call it? A fallout, like a big black hole, like a big hole, a blowout. That's what Microsoft is going to leave. It's not going to be huge, but they're going to leave a bunch of people, 35, maybe 10 million, 20 million people that sit there going, I want to play on console. Wow, you got Gears over there? You got Halo over there? You got Forza over there? Well, that's an easy fix for me. We'll go over there. And he knows that we're not pivoting. We're staying where we are, and we're looking to the PlayStation 6 because we know we're going to get the goods when Microsoft finishes their exit. A vacuum.
And committed on our current strategy. And there isn't an urgent need for us to pivot.
There's no urgent need for them to pivot. A fallout, exactly. They know there will be. And the people that would just say, I'm done with gaming, it's sad, but some people will be like, if Xbox is not here, I'm done with gaming. And they will do their thing. But there will be a lot of people that say, I still want to do what I want to do. I'm just going to have to get a PlayStation. And they're there. Especially when the games are going over there. Like Xbox is doing exactly, it's divesting its IP. It's putting its games as IP on other platforms so they could easily exit. And they're just trying, don't you see what they're doing? They're trying to grasp. They're trying to say when they come out and say, we are no longer making hardware, the Xbox console is no longer in production, that people already have, they could try to get them when they fall apart. When they scatter and they go, I'm going to PC, I'm going to PlayStation. Microsoft wants to make sure that they are there to try to grab whatever they can from the fallout. And that's what they're doing now. Right now, they're building their barriers. They're building the wall. So when they come out and say, the hardware is not working, this will be the last Xbox hardware where Xbox is no longer being in production. And thank you very much. Our games will be here. We have our services. We have all these other things. And there you go. And that's what's going to happen. Right now, they're building their defenses. Putting their games on PlayStation. Putting their games on Switch. Putting their PlayAnywhere. Your library goes with you. So they don't have a bunch of people go, well, I got some games that, well, we're saving some of them. They work on PC. So if you want to go over there, some of the investments that you made, why they're pushing PlayAnywhere so much? Because they're hoping that in the last few years, the games that you bought would at least show up on a PC. That's what they're hoping. It's not all of them, but that's what they're trying to do now. And Sony's not pivoting. Sony's like, shit, we're cooking right now. We got PlayStation selling like crazy. We're making so much friggin' money. Our accessories are blowing up. And we got all, and I'm telling you, even with that Herman show, what Herman said, I think I think that service shit, whatever's left and the remnants of it are going to linger. But I think we're in the second wave, grinders. I think we're in the second wave. And if you recall the PS4, the PS4 stood in the beginning was Indies and No Man's Sky and a couple of games. But it wasn't until Uncharted 4 hit, and then they were cooking. It was Uncharted 4, God of War, Detroit Become Human, Spider-Man, Last of Us Part 2, Ghost of Tsushima. Like, it was, the last couple of years, few years of the PS4 was like this. And I think that's what we're going to see now. Now, Wolverine. We're going to see Wolverine. We're going to see Soros. We're going to see Intergalactic. We're going to see the Studio Ben's new, Corey's new game and things. Like, I think we're in that now as they prep people for the PS6. And that's what I think they're going to do. Hence why I think they're even doing this, because they know they've been quiet. They haven't really talked about the business. They said what they did in their slides, but they never did this. Ask kind of questions like this. Especially in the world of the Switch 2 releasing, Xbox doing wild shit. The three executives sitting down here going, we're going to tell you what the fuck PlayStation is doing. They haven't done this. You think they would do this if they didn't? Herman's already dropping Wolverine. We haven't heard shit about Wolverine. Since 2021, all of a sudden, Wolverine is on the list. Herman talking about Wolverine? We haven't even heard Herman. He's been on the yacht. You know why they're doing this? Because the chef is cooking. And it's almost dinner time.
But we will continue to monitor play patterns and invest appropriately as required.
You raised the price of the PlayStation Plus in the past. What was the rationale for the price increase, and what might cause you to raise price in the future? Music and video streaming services are raising price consistently. How frequently can you raise the price of the PlayStation Plus?
Yeah, so PlayStation Plus is highly valued by our players and then continues to drive the engagement. We are already seeing a trend toward adoption of higher tiers within our service, as evidenced by the subscriber mix we achieved in fiscal 24, where approximately 38% of players are now subscribed to a PlayStation Plus Premium or Extra tier. That's higher tier. This is even after the global price increases we implemented in fiscal year 23. And more recently, the local price increases in the selected countries to improve our pricing strategy across certain market clusters and also to account for Forex movements. These price increases were partly a result of the increasing value we bring to the players. Through the quality and the diversity of content we continue to add,
that's all horse shit.
As well as investment in the features to improve the service further, such as player personalization and enhanced content discovery. PlayStation Plus service offers great value for our players, and we will continue to add more value and adjust our pricing strategy in a dynamic way to maximize the profitability.
Oh, shit. All of the checklist items, like this, like, y'all, please, please, dude. That means prices are probably going to go up, but it's the same corporate bullshit. Like, oh, we have more value and all this stuff. Yo, your classic games suck. All right, yeah, your classic game. You didn't add more value to classic games. You know, maybe they added the stuff to the portal, so they did do that. But yeah, this whole, like, it's just sort of like the answer right here is services are going to go up because we need to make more money on the people that we got. That's why. But don't give me the whole smoke up my ass.
What is the strategy around the PlayStation Portal? And are handhelds a part of your next generation strategy?
Here we go. Let's see this one.
The PlayStation Portal is part of our strategy to offer more flexible play styles. When we invested in a PlayStation Portal, we wanted to ensure that any handheld device we create would be able to provide players with the full PlayStation experience that they have come to expect through our consoles. We want to make sure our games look good when played on handhelds. The smartphone is too small a screen for high fidelity, so I wanted to approach portable gaming via streaming, which led to the PlayStation Portal.
I'll hear that again.
The smartphone experience.
The smartphone was too small, so they went to the portal. You see, because Microsoft was pushing strap-ons with phones and all that other stuff, and that didn't work out. Sony didn't. Sony's like, yeah, we did it, but that wasn't the place. So it just shows that, like, you know, they created something that needed a fix. Microsoft was pushing, buy a $100 controller for your phone, the strap-ons, and all this other shit. Remember all the strap-ons everybody was playing with? Yeah. Phone, and then he realized, well, people really don't want to play on a high fidelity on a little phone. They really don't want to do that. Sony knew that. So he's like, nah, we're going straight to, you're going to experience PlayStation on the go as if you were home. We're not going to try to be a virus and just tack on an app onto some Android and have you buy some Rikishi $100 controller strap-on for your phone and call it an Xbox. We're going to build something from us that replicates the console experience that you have the best we can on the go. That's what innovation does. And look at the success. Make games look good. Exactly, Leech. They don't want it to be an app on some Android phone with Razer's controller. And that's how Microsoft operates, like a friggin' Frankenstein. Oh, well, here, there, we'll throw this shit on there, we'll do this, we'll do that, and then, yeah. And the experience, the novelty, the community, the vision gets lost. And now you see the same thing with the handhelds. Asus with a button, but it's not a round button. It's a octagon because that's the way we do it. It's a handheld, but then it's use all wrap, but you can put Steam on there. And it's this Frankenstein bullshit. The core of what Xbox is, the brand identity, is fucking lost. This dude said, no, we're going to fix that and make something from us and make sure we can control how our games look and the experience they got. And he created the Portal. And that's what you do to innovate. That's what you do to ensure your brand identity and quality control and ensuring that every end user has that experience. You make your own stuff. And that's what you did.
The PlayStation Portal, we wanted to ensure that any handheld device we create would be able to provide players with the full PlayStation experience that they have come to expect through our consoles. We want to make sure our games look good when played on handhelds. The smartphone is too small a screen for high fidelity, so I wanted to approach portable gaming via streaming, which led to the PlayStation Portal. Currently, the Portal owners spend 30% more time playing, and then later into the evening. It's showing the impact the Portal has had on the play patterns. Sales are progressing steadily, and then more importantly, it has unlocked additional engagement across our player base. So we remain committed to exploring new ways for players to access our content and services.
So now I'd like to move.
And that solved the whole thing. Well, we're seeing people play on more devices outside of the console. And he said it, 38 or 30 something more % people playing later, because now they don't have to sit in their TV, their man cave. They could go upstairs, they could go into the bedroom, they could go on the couch and watch a show and still engage with their games. And do it without having to get licenses, without having to get software support for cross saves and cross progress, without having publishers buy in. All that skipped because all you're doing is just playing remotely from your console. Saves are there, your ownership is there, all is there. And it solves the problem. Doesn't create any new problems and doesn't need any buy-in. It doesn't need anybody to say, well, us as a publisher are not doing that. We're losing money by giving 2 copies of a game. You got to ask a publisher to give 2 copies away of a game. Give an extra copy on PC. That's if they make it for PC. You don't need that negotiation. You want them to play more your games more, play your engagement more? Here's a solution. We made it. We created it and we solved it. And we're not trying to convince people to use it. If they don't want to use it. And $200. Not $500, not $600, not $1,000. $200. Control with the screen. Adaptive triggers, rumble, 3D audio. 8-inch screen. 8-inch screen. Done. And now you also got remote cloud play, so you don't need to even remote to your PlayStation if it's not working. You could do cloud if you have an internet. Now, yes, it's an internet device. Outside the home, it's tough. Will I take it on a cruise ship? Will I take it on a plane? No. Hotel room? Maybe throw it in a bag, see if it works. But again, outside, Wi-Fi spotty. I don't know about that experience. Around the house, it's wonderful. Outside the deck, go to a family's house where you can tap into their Wi-Fi. Great. Hotels, airports, things like that. I would say that's something they need to try to work out. But again, it's the limitation of Wi-Fi. And I would love if they could do something native for those kind of times when you're at an airport, when you're on a cruise ship, when you're traveling in the air and you don't have that or don't have a reliable Wi-Fi. It would be great to just download, and I'm not even talking about like Last of Us, but if you could download some small games, some of those little games that I'm probably not going to play when I have Ghost of Yotai to play. Maybe those little side-scrolling games, some other arcade games or little games that they have coming out in the service. Maybe some of those small games could be played natively with not having tons of power. It would be nice to have some. I'm not saying I want Uncharted 4 and The Last of Us and all that stuff on there. It would be great, but I know that that's going to yield battery problems and also hardware there. So, if they can do it, there. Another thing, too, I want to talk about one more thing about the Portal. They were saying something about the PSSR, and I know that they had this low-powered state and all this other stuff, and there was some rumors going around about a PlayStation handheld, what the next one will be. probably like a Portal 2 with that native thing that I'm speaking about. But one of the things I thought about is that it is an Android device, right? And I don't think the USB does it, but wouldn't it be interesting if that the PSSR that they want to add to the Portal, maybe to put the Portal as a TV out, hook up your Portal to a TV, and then use either Link or Bluetooth. Maybe they have Bluetooth working on it. I know they got Bluetooth, but it's their Link for audio. But maybe add Link to the controller and have a controller hook up to the Portal, and you could use your Portal on a TV. And PSSR kind of up-reses it. Because I heard about the PSSR on the handheld, and I don't know if that was on a new one or what they're planning to do with this. But I know PSSR could also help with a weaker device, because that's what you need in handhelds. You need a weaker device that's battery optimized. So we'll see. But I just thought about, the Portal doesn't have a TV out. I don't know if anybody would care about that, but I was just thinking, as USB-C, it would be cool. And part of the reason why is I'm using those AR glasses. And I'm like, oh, I can't use it on the Portal. It would be great. Oh my God. Yeah, remote to a remote. I know, Leech. I know. Lag on lag. It's wild. But the reason why is because I'm like, oh, if I can hook up my glasses to the Portal, that'd be great. It'll be like a PlayStation in my hands, because then I'll be looking at a big screen. But unfortunately, there's no TV out on the Portal. But yeah, it'll be wild. But anyway, let's hear what he has to say some more.
Move to the studio business. Totoki-san has said that the role of the PlayStation Studios has changed from that of a platform enabler and marketing tool to a profit growth driver. What has changed to increase profits?
It's a great question. SA Studio Business is now both the creator and the publisher of world-class gaming experiences, all while driving sustainable, consistent growth. And we do that, as always, through innovation and creativity. And we're doing this by focusing on our three key strategic pillars. The first is continuing our leadership in single player. Secondly, by building our capabilities in live services. And then also by growing our franchises into IP powerhouses.
So Herminator. So he has his button undone. There's a button undone. Maybe not 3 buttons, but there's one. So 3 pillars of a production profit studio. It's no longer just a thing. So I don't know, Mod. I don't know. Didn't they say something with a PSSR in the PlayStation, or was it maybe there was a rumor of the handheld? I don't know what I was reading. I thought they were saying that they were going to do some updates, because I know they did allude to that they were going to do some updates to the PlayStation Portal, like add more capabilities to it. So I didn't know. I didn't know, because I heard that they wanted to. I saw somewhere where they were saying they were bringing PSSR to the Portal, but maybe they were talking about a future Portal. Herminator. Take your, they're ready teleprompters, please. Marketing speak 101. But he has 3 pillars. 1 is the incredible single-player games. 2, live services. 3, expanding franchises through the movies, cartoons, and all the other shit that they've been doing, books and all that other stuff. So that is what they're doing. So the creme de la creme, the big hit, is the first-party single-player experiences. That's the summer blockbusters. Those are what get you in the door. Those are what drive the profits. That's what gets the moving hardware and gets you your identity. The live service is ways to expanding and other ways of getting more routine money to get them in there. They saw what Helldivers, they did FAFO with Concord, and I don't know how Marathon and Bungie are going to be cooking with that, and Fair Games, Fair Gone. I don't think those are the 2 you're going to build the franchises on, but we will see. And then the third is the box office smash hit movies. So that's what their strategy is. But I think the main thing is that the first party single player games is the creme de la creme. Because they know if that shit falls down, the PlayStation falls down. They know that that's the thing that gets people in the door.
Another important part of our evolution is our increased emphasis on operational excellence, and we do that to underpin that approach of achieving profitable and sustainable growth. We've established very strong cost controls. We have much more rigorous budget oversight processes now in place, and we have also evolved our portfolio framework to enable making more informed choices and effectively balancing the profit potential with the associated risks that come with these opportunities. We've also
that's what Totokiness wanted.
Also changed the way we support our studios through central services with greater operational rigor, much more intentional, kind of top down.
So Hermanator. The Hermanator is saying that he goes in there, flips over tables, and he's like, if he sees something that he doesn't want to do, he goes in there and he's like this when Herman gets in there.
Approach to our portfolio, increased oversight of our development processes, and we have introduced some new ways of working that includes greater use of outsourcing, greater use of co-development, and a much greater integration of future-facing technology.
He's like this. He walks in there now, flips over some tables.
Bass is fucking raw shit! Raw! Raw chicken! It's raw. Fucking raw. They look raw! Raw, Carol! Fucking raw! Raw! Fuck off. And by the way, it's raw. Get to the chopper!
As well as data solutions into our workflows.
So they made the budgets. He made sure he flips over tables. Somebody's spending too much money. Get him, Herman.
These are all really good examples of the type of titles that we're looking to develop.
Wait, what did he say?
Into live game services
let's hear what he said about this shit.
Into our workflows.
How committed are you to live game services? Are you going to invest as much capital into live game services as you originally planned?
Yeah, we remain very committed to building a diverse and a resilient live service portfolio. I mean, we have MLB The Show, Destiny 2, Helldivers 2, and these are all really good examples of the type of titles that we're looking to develop. These titles have already established an enduring player experience, a set of player experiences and communities across quite a wide range of different genres. And together that provides a really good foundation for our ambitions in this category. I would say...
this is the weirdest shit, dude. Fuel up the yacht. That's right. You know, one of the weirdest shits, it's like MLB The Show being put into that thing as a service game. It's like, yo, that is a $60, $70 game that you have a season pass on. Like, I don't know. Like the FUD and MUT and all that shit, the card trading stuff, like that, I guess, the service. MLB The Show and that name, like, and then Helldivers is $30 or $40, and then Destiny 2 is free. And it was already their service game before you even did anything. Herman! 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 I'll put the link in the chat, Guap. I'll put the link in the thing. But, like, MLB The Show is one of your service games? Like, you're real... I don't know about that one. Yeah, GT7 is more of a service game, but there's no, I guess... I don't fuck. Yeah, you're right. With the microtransactions to buy cars and shit. I don't know, man. MLB The Show, you don't even need the service for multiplayer. I don't know. That don't sound like a strong portfolio, Herman. I think that whole live service shit. I know he's not wrong, but anything with microtransactions is live service. All right. So then, yeah, but GT7, I think he should have used instead. But he's touting Bungie because Bungie got this bullshit marathon coming.
Say that additionally, we are continuing to invest in new live services, with Helldivers 2 providing such a great example of the level of success we can achieve if we get everything right. So that game...
there was the throwback, dude. There. He was talking about a Concord right there. That was an illusion. He was like...
Is that a deal? No, I keep losing at deals, and I don't want to make a deal anymore. I am leaving.
That was like, if we get everything right.
To invest in new life services, with Helldivers 2 providing such a great example of the level of success we can achieve if we get everything right.
If we get everything right, Concord.
So that game has been a true breakout success. It's been attracting and retaining significant community and very engaged players since we launched that back in February of 24. And this ongoing success, I think, is further evidenced in how we deal with the monetization. So microtransactions now in that game make up more than half of the revenue. We're also very excited about Marathon's anticipated launch in this fiscal year.
Great. Speaking of Marathon.
Oh, yeah, I'll see.
What have you learned from your foray into live game services, including Concord? And how does this relate to Marathon?
Let's see, this one.
Alpha test.
Yeah. So live service, we really see that as a great opportunity for us. But with this great opportunity are some unique challenges associated. So we talked about it, some early success as with Helldivers 2. We've also faced some challenges as with the release of Concord. I think there's some really good work actually went into that title, some really big effort. But ultimately, that title entered into a hyper-competitive segment of the market. I think it was insufficiently differentiated to be able to resonate with players. And so we have reviewed our processes in the light of this to deeply understand how and why that title failed to meet expectations and to ensure that we're not going to make those same mistakes again. As I said earlier, we've introduced much more rigorous processes for validating, for revalidating our creative, our commercial, our development assumptions and hypotheses, and we now do that on a much more ongoing basis. And that's the plan that will ensure that we're investing in the right opportunities at the right time, all while maintaining much more predictable timelines. For Marathon, it's our goal to release a very bold, very innovative and deeply engaging title. It's going to be the first new Bungie title in over a decade. So we're really excited for that release. We're monitoring, we're going through the test cycles, we're monitoring the closed alpha cycle that the team has just gone through. We're taking all the lessons learned, we're using the capabilities that we've built in analytics and user testing to understand how audiences are engaging with the title. And some of that feedback, frankly, has been varied, but it's super useful. That's why you do these testings. And the constant testing and the constant revalidation of assumptions that we just talked about, to me, is just so valuable to iterate and to constantly improve the title. So when launch comes, we're going to give the title the optimal chance of success. And this cycle of test, of iterate, test again, that is such a key component of the live service success, both leading up to launch, but also throughout the life of the game. And we're committed to continuing to leverage our learnings to maximize engagement and player satisfaction throughout the life cycle of the title.
Oh, man. So that whole thing with Marathon, I think that Marathon wouldn't be seeing the light of day if it wasn't for Bungie. I think I think there are implications that if this game does not do what it needs to do, Sony takes over the Bungie. That's why I think that they're letting this thing get out there. Sony just like, we're supporting it. We're going to do what you do. We're just going to let it go. But I think that if this game does not do what it needs to do and make the financial thing, Sony takes over Bungie, and then this shit's done. I think this was part of the deal when they did the whole thing. When they said Bungie wanted to be independent, this is Bungie trying to just be Bungie. I think also the fact that they got Bungie's name out there is the reason why Marathon is still going full steam ahead. He even alludes to that how they got feedback from it, and it's also not getting too great feedback. It's not doing, it's not, they're getting feedback and they're testing and retesting and doing that. What I think is pretty funny is that when he said the thing about Concord and he's like, yeah, we're learning and there's a very competitive market and it just didn't suffice in this competitive market. And it's just like, but Marathon's an extraction shooter and it's like, it's what the assets, I don't know, like the look, like, I don't think it does too much differentiation, dude. You know? I don't know. Like Helldive is that differentiation. I don't know if leading with Marathon, but again, I feel that a lot of this is sort of out of Sony's control. I think a lot of it is Bungie's. This was Bungie's deal. Bungie needs to produce this stuff. They can't say, Bungie, you're not coming out with Marathon, because this needs to come from Bungie, because this is part of the Bungie deal. Like, they need to make money for themselves. Sony's not buying. Sony bought them, but Sony, they're not part of their what is it? Their board. They don't have a majority on the board because of either Bungie said they were going to sustain themselves. So this game has to come out. This is Bungie's last time to try to make the deal right. Like, you know, if you go look online, this whole Bungie deal with Sony, they didn't just outright buy them. Bungie stayed independent. Bungie stayed like, we're going to make this game, and as long as we keep the money. Yeah, Sony gave the independence. Exactly. So as long as we could finance ourselves, we will support you, but we're going to finance ourselves and still make the calls ourselves. Hence why they had all the layoffs, to try to make their money so they didn't have to ask Sony for money or not meet the expectations. And of those layoffs, Sony made the LFG group from those staff. But they were firing people in order to slim down the process to make sure that they made the money in order to keep Bungie independent under Sony's umbrella. But if this doesn't happen, Sony could take over the board and be everything about Bungie. That's why Marathon is not getting canceled. That's why Marathon, they're going to support it. They're going to do everything they can. And then if it doesn't work out, they take over and they get everything from them. And that's kind of the business of it. So whether Bungie and Marathon is going to fall flat in the face, whether the alpha and the beta all sucks, nobody wants it, doesn't have the player base, they got to see it through. Now, Fair Games, on the other hand, I don't know about that one. We need to see that gameplay, and who knows what it looks like after Jade Raymond left. Who knows what it looks like, but we need to see more Fair Games if we're going to see what that happens. But you look at the Marvel game, that's diverse. That's something that's not out there. That's a service game that has potential. And it's Evo, too. And get competitive, and esports. So, like, that's more of the service push that we need to see from them, is that, like, the Marvel game. Because those are areas where there is no Marvel fighting game. Just Marvel. And you're filling in a void right now, and that's going to cook. Hopefully. So, we will see. But I think the Marathon, no matter how many people whine and bitch and complain and say it's trash and not going to play it, I think Sony's that's not going anywhere. May get delayed, but I think that thing is coming out. I know this was after the State of Play. I'm surprised they didn't even talk about the Marvel game. Maybe it was recorded before, but this was their financial thing from their, here's the link. I'll put the link in the thing. But they had the slides and the presentation from their stuff. Yeah, Guapzilla wanted it. There you go, Guap.
Great. What is your philosophy around creating IP? Is it a priority, and how do you ensure that it is differentiated?
At our core, we believe that great new IP originates from passionate teams with amazing ideas.
The passion.
And it's our job as leadership to create an environment, to foster an environment in which these teams can succeed. As leadership, we support them with the tools, the capabilities, the structures that they need to develop those ideas into successful new IP. So we recently formed, out of incubation, 2 new studios, Dark Outlaw Games and Team LFG. And I think that kind of highlights further our commitment to the creation of new IP, as well as to our approach to innovation. These 2 teams, they're new, but they are comprised of veteran developers from across all different pockets of the industry.
What is Blue Plate working on, Herman?
blown me away.
What about
The
Studio
passion behind it.
Bend?
I really and honestly cannot wait to help shepherd their projects into success.
What about Studio Bend? What are they doing?
So
he asked about new IP, not new studios. Herman! Herman. He asked about new IP.
Both by investing in strong vision-led creative teams and by better leveraging, on the other hand side, data and understanding our portfolio, those two things together, we're now able to better explore new ideas and genres beyond the core competencies. And that helps us diversify our portfolio to appeal to new players everywhere.
I'd now like to turn to the business environment as a whole. Some investors, to be quite honest, are concerned that the improved specifications of the Switch 2 and Nintendo's improved relationships with third-party publishers will lead to tougher competition for PlayStation in the next few years. What do you think about those concerns?
Yeah, so we closely monitor the kind of overall gaming industry, including the action of other market participants. Additionally, catalysts in the market are great for the industry as a whole. And then as they reinvigorate the excitement and the demand more broadly. So it's great to have people launching new things. However, as I mentioned previously, we have a differentiated strategy. So PlayStation 5 is designed for an immersive gaming experience. And this includes the innovative DualSense controllers features as well. We believe PS5 level performance is required to achieve a great experience on big screens. And in this way, we have provided a unique offering for players and creators in this current console generation. However, publisher strategies are increasingly shifting towards being multi-platform. So more platforms can run the game, same game, which is great from a creator's perspective. Among those platforms, our mission is that we will continue to be best place to play and publish. As such, we have empowered our creators to leverage our offering and the services to create amazing, unique experience for players with high engagement and great monetization opportunities. We have done this consistently as the industry and the competitive dynamics has evolved. And of course, PlayStation Studio and our franchise have a special role in showcasing the PlayStation experience and then strengthening the players' relationship with us.
Some investors are all.
Yeah, dude, I'll tell you, man, that is some Sony pride. That is, a couple of things out of that statement. What he said was, when they are offering multiple, like majority of these publishers are going multi-platform and putting their games on other platforms, we want to make ours the most engagement with people and also give them the tools to make their games run the best and give that experience. And that's the thing, like you want to make your place special. And I could see these developers just want to put games everywhere, but then you're finding a lot of these games, they're coming out first on PlayStation and on PC because they're offering the best place for these games to sell and also run. So they may get a timed exclusive because of that capability on PC and on PlayStation 5, where the Switch, the Series S, the Series X, they're going to need more time for optimization because they have weaker hardware. They have unique hardware. So Sony kind of gets that. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see on this thing. Well, this is a Sony business thing. We don't get paid. We don't get a lot of shit out of them. Herman don't talk about to anybody. But these investors, man, curl up that ass. And no one, I want the Switch to be competitive. I want that to put fire on Sony's ass. Yeah, Switch is getting a lot of third-party support, Sony. What are you doing about it? You're going to sit there and let the game come out on the Switch and this and sell better on the Switch? You better make sure that you're there. So I'm glad the Switch could put pressure on them.
Also concerned that Nintendo's appeal to the younger generation could lead to market share declines for PlayStation if those younger users choose not to graduate to PlayStation as they age. What is Sony Interactive doing?
Dude, these investors are roasting Sony's ass.
Declines for PlayStation if those younger users choose not to graduate to PlayStation as they age? What is Sony Interactive doing to increase its addressable market among younger users and its overall mix of users?
The PlayStation brand and offering has resonated with a wide range of players over 3 decades now. And number of the users engaged on our platform continues to grow. By supporting such a...
Wait, it's growing? It's growing, Phil! Sony's growing. What about you?
I don't know. Like, I'd have to go back and look at the...
He says... He will say Astro, Josh. He will say it. Phil, he says they're growing. They have decades of fans and they're growing. Phil, what about you? You growing?
I don't know. Like, I'd have to go back.
You're growing these nuts.
Life now. Breakfast to go. You're going to love my nuts. Watch this.
Large number of creators, we are able to provide the largest range of content available, catering to all demographics, geographics, and play styles, etc. So,
Phil, you doing that?
I don't know. Like, I'd have to go back and look at the... It's where that box is in the name of our brand.
Phil, that's not what I asked.
We believe that by constantly investing in players' relationship with the brand and our relationship with creators, we will ensure we stay close to all players' hearts through that lifetime.
Phil, how's your brand?
I don't know. Like, I'd have to go... Xbox, no. Phil, that's...
Phil, what are you saying?
Where that box is in the name of our...
I didn't ask that. Indiana Jones, you said?
Indy's the best Xbox exclusive in years, and specifically in 3 years.
The buried treasure is gemstones
Phil,
of juicy glazed
blackberries,
raspberries.
Phil, what are you doing?
Yeah, and so if I may add to that, so on the first-party content side, we're also reaching to a greater range of audiences more directly, including younger players with our first-party lineup. In addition to our franchises with more, I would call that multi-generational fan bases, such as Marvel Spider-Man. We also have franchises that appeal to a range of different player segments. Horizon is a good example. It's been very popular with female players. Astro.
Herman had to throw in his girlfriend there. He goes, the female, but Horizon, like the female, my girlfriend, he had to throw his girlfriend in. Herman had to put his girlfriend, he had to give a props to his girlfriend. He's like, yo, Horizon, my girl, Aloy.
Spider-Man. We also have franchises that appeal to a range of different player segments. Horizon.
It's like, oh, Horizon, my girlfriend.
Handheld?
Yeah. Horizon's a good example. It's been very popular with female players. Astrobot from our lovely team Asobi in Tokyo has been a hit with children and adults alike. So we also continue to drive engagement with the PlayStation ecosystem and brand by bringing our franchises to new formats, film, television, and anime. Anime in particular is appealing to key younger audiences, so that's going to be very helpful for us.
Artificial intelligence.
Yeah, token, exactly. That one, though.
What is the potential of artificial intelligence in the game industry? And how is it being used at Sony Interactive? Can it reduce costs when making games, developing next-generation consoles, or in corporate functions?
So we are actively exploring and investing in AI, the machine learning across the organization. Our near-term focus of these investments has been to increase productivity and support data-driven decisions. This includes areas such as like PlayStation Store discovery, fraud management, and then general IT thing. Additionally, we introduced Copilot and ChatGPT across the organization last year, and the vast majority of users are now experiencing increased efficiencies as well. So longer term, we are exploring the new possibilities with using AI to enhance gaming experiences in the new ways for players. These initiatives are still early, but there are promising areas we are excited about.
Yeah, and on the studio side, we've been using AI obviously for quite a while, but we continue to explore the possibilities of AI within the studios, within game development, and how that can enhance creators as well as players' experiences. To your question, I don't actually expect in the near future a dramatic reduction of the cost of game development. I think that'd be unfair to claim that. But I do see tremendous potential benefits in AI as a set of tools, suite of tools to further enable our developers. And we continue to explore use cases in that space. For example, there's potential for use in improving the quality of game characters, of backgrounds, animation, audio translation, real-time graphics, you name it, as well as potential applications in supporting live service content pipelines through much more opportunity to personalize the experience for individual users. So overall, I think a huge range of impact.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Lots of gum flapping. Nah, I'm kind of done. I'm kind of done. It lost me at AI. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, we didn't get. I don't know if I got to. Well, Grinders. We're gonna have to come back to the. We'll do another video. Maybe on Wednesday we'll do the whole what the next Xbox is gonna be. But yo, AI is gonna say exactly. Is it gonna save jobs and it's gonna remove jobs and stuff like that? They're still learning. They're still thinking. But you know, I do like the generality of the AI and not just like it's gonna be everywhere. We're gonna use it in everything and force it. Like again. These are business people talking about business stuff. Again, it may be a little dry. I think the major takeaways here is that you hear their strategy. You hear how, you know, it's the stuff that we want to hear as a platform owner of knowing about their investments and what they're going to do and the games they're going to provide and just quality games. Like it sounds like it, they deliver. So as long as they continue to put their money where their mouth is and they actually deliver on the promises and all this shit that they're saying in here, then I'm fine with it. It's when they flap their gums like this shit and then they come out with some bogus bullshit is when they get grinded on. So pause on that one. Yeah. And they don't do some Herman-ness or bullshit-ness of that stuff. But yeah, we will see. You know, Herman behind Marathon. I don't know, man. We'll see. We got to see all this stuff here. We got to play the games. Again, business meeting. We covered it. I wanted to make sure we haven't seen them in ages. Herman never really talked casually about what's going on there. We haven't seen him, so I thought it was a time to definitely show it. But we need to see the results. I'm not going to come out here with some friggin' cheerleading hat on bullshit and going, oh my God, Sony the king. I like what they're saying. We know that they delivered from their history, and we got something cooking in a couple of weeks. And 1 week, Josh says, in Death Stranding. So, like, we're going to see some of the results, and Ghost of Yotai coming. So, we got examples of their hard work, and it's going to come out. So, I think there's a good place to stop. We'll definitely do the console handheld Tom Warren versus Bootleg about the next-gen Xbox console. What's it going to be? Kind of alluded to it. But, yeah, I'm poofed. So, Grinders, I want to thank you again for a show. My throat is hurting. But thanks to Stephen Leone and all the VIPs. You got a song tonight. We're going to do a nice song here to leave and close on. Thank you again for all the super chats and new subscribers. If you're new, hit that subscribe button. I put the Discord link in the chat. And, you know, if anything else comes from these interviews, we will be covering here. This is not the be-all and end-all of this shit, but we will see. So, Grinders, hit that like button, share it out, and here is a cool song for you. Where is it? I had it right here. Since we ended with Herman, let's get Herman on here. Herman, we don't do a lot of songs. Phil gets all the good songs, but Herman, I think it's time we give you a nice song. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again. We hit the VIP goal and we get a new song. Grinders, hit that like button. Here it is. Herman. Vacation time, baby.
Herman steps down off the yacht. Ooh, yeah. 3 buttons down. It's getting hot. Sun is shining.
You're my #1 customer.
Waves collide. PlayStation dreams, the vibes alive. Let's go, the games are here. Yeah, Herman style, the party's near. Woo, woo, feel the beat.
Thank you again, Grinders. Yo, Anonymous Boss says, Jez, I'm plowing through in a way that makes sense. Bruce Wayne Bucks. Yo, thank you again, Anonymous Boss. You're going wild. Jeez. Oh, man. Yo, Iconic with the 10 with the thumbs up. Yo, you guys are doing awesome. Yo, I'm giving you another song. You guys get me all riled up. Let's go. We're going to end on this one. Here we go, Grinders. You can't end the show without Phil Ness. Here we go. Iconic with the 10. We're cooking now. More music. The real ending. Let's go.
Lost the battle on the living room stage. Their glory days locked in a digital cage. Oh no, they suck again. Falling behind, where do we begin? Console wars ain't a game they can win. Oh no, they suck again.
Dude, Anonymous bought the 5 pop up with that briefcase, bud. Yo, it's like putting money in a goddamn coin machine.
Clouds are heavy and the signals
Jukebox.
The future's here, but the climb's too steep. PC handhelds running circles round. The king's lost his crown to a new battleground. Oh no, they suck again. Falling behind, where do we begin? Console wars ain't a game they can win. Oh no, they suck again. Pixels fade and promises crack. They can't rewind or take it back. The competition's fierce, the tide won't turn. While they stand still, the others burn. Oh no, they suck again. Falling behind, where do we begin? Console wars ain't a game they can win. Oh no, they suck again.
Good night, Grinders. Thank you again to all the VIPs. Shout out to all of you out there. Awesome VIPs. We're on our way to 3,100 Grinders. Hit that like button, share it out. More music coming your way. There's our DJ Ultimate Grinders.